What's up guys, welcome to new Unreal Engine 5 tutorial. Today I'm going to show you how to create a complete Souls-like game in Unreal Engine 5. This video will cover everything that you will need. You will end up with an advanced character movement, both in free and strafe mode, target locking, combo attacks, dodging, advanced enemy AI, a boss fight, a stat system, a finished short product, and much more. I want to mention that you can download the complete project through Patreon. It's available in the new Master Classes tier. With that said, it's going to be a very easy with follow, so let's get started.
Alright, so the first thing that we need to do is create a new Unreal Engine project. In this case, I am going to be using the latest Unreal version 5.4.4, and I do recommend that you use the same version as me or above. With that said, let's go inside of the game section and select the third person template. With this template, we will already have a working character movement that we can use to go directly into the actual Souls-like content. Now on the project default settings, let's go ahead and click blueprint, target platform as desktop, quality preset depends on your hardware. In my case, I am going to leave it as maximum. Started content, let's just go ahead and enable this just in case to have some extra props. And then ray tracing depends. I have an RTX card, but I'm gonna just disable it for the purpose of the tutorial. Then just go ahead and specify a project location and put in a name. And with that said, let's go ahead and hit create. Great, so the project has been created. So the first thing that I always like to do when I create a new project is to anchor the content browser at the bottom of my screen. So let's go up into Window, Content Browser, and select the first content browser, and just drag the tab until the bottom. And there we go. With that said, we're good to go ahead and begin implementing all of our Souls-like mechanics. Right now, as you can see, we have a simple third-person character, but we have some basic animations, and we only have one free movement, where the character orients to the direction that is going. But in Souls-like games, we can also target a specific, enemy. And when we target an enemy, our camera will be always focused. So if we go backwards, our character will not actually face backwards, but still face the front and play a backwards animation. So let's go ahead and implement this strafe movement. Alright, so let's go ahead and import the strafe animations that we need. So first of all, in the content browser, let's go inside of the characters folder, and right over here, let's right click and create a new folder. And let's name this Souls. So in this folder, we will import all of our Souls-like animations. So in here, I am going to leave a link in the description where you can download all of the necessary animations. So let's go ahead and select all of them, which includes a lot of run animations in all directions and an idle animation. Drag this inside of the content browser, and now over here, what we can do is click on reset to default, and then just go ahead and specify the skeleton that we want, which in this case, if we scroll down, we can see SK Mannequin. But we want the one that simply says SK Mannequin with the Unreal Engine 5 one, and not the SK Mannequin skeleton for Unreal Engine 4. So just make sure they select this one. With that said, let's click on Import All, and after a few seconds, we should have all of the animations imported. And there we go. As you can see, when I open them up, everything works just fine. So now it is time to create the blend space, so we can go ahead and, play a different animation depending on the direction and speed that we are playing. Alright, so let's go back inside of our Souls folder, and the first thing that I want to do is right click, create another folder, and let's name this Movement. And let's go ahead and select all of the run animations, including the idle, and just drag it inside of Movement, move here. So everything will be, once again, more organized. Now, one thing that we want to make sure is that the moving animations will be in place, because right now they are basically moving across the world space. So what we need to do is essentially go ahead and enable root motion, but force root lock so it doesn't move around, right? But we need to do this for all of the animations, and there's a faster way than going individually, which is to just go ahead and select the first run loop, go into the last one. Make sure to not select the idle. Right click, go to Asset Actions, and select Edit Selection in Property Matrix. this will go ahead and open up a window where we can edit multiple animations or essentially just assets at once. As you can see, we have the enable remotion option over here. So what we can do is just go ahead and select this animation and this animation, go to remotion and enable remotion for all of them. And then also force root lock, enable this and simply save. And now we have all of the animations with those two parameters added, which is really cool. Alright, so now it is time to create the blank space. So inside of this folder, right click, go inside of the animation section and select blank space. Let's select the SK mannequin and this will be BS_strafe movement. Alright, so let's go ahead and open up this new blank space. So a blank space will allow us to transition between animations depending on the speed and direction of the character. So in this case, as you can see, we have this mini graph over here and we can specify two axes. In this case, one will be speed and another one will be direction. So in the axis settings, as you can see, we have one for horizontal and one for vertical. So let's begin with the horizontal axis. This will be direction. And the minimum axis will be -180. And the maximum will be 180. With that said, the grid divisions will be 8. So we need more space for animations. And then let's go ahead and enable snap to grid. With that said, let's leave everything by default. No smoothing time or anything like that. Now for our vertical axis, let's change the name to speed. And over here, the minimum will be 0. And the maximum in this case is 500. This is because right now in our character, our max velocity is 500. If I go real quick to the third person character blueprint, select the character movement component, and then scroll down until I see the max walk speed. As you can see, it is indeed 500. Alright, so that said, let's start to place the animations that we need in our graph. But first, let's also make sure that snap to grid is enabled on the vertical axis. So let's begin by adding the idle animations. So in here, in the asset browser, let's search for idle. Now, if you don't see this window, you can just access it through window and then asset browser. Alright, so it will be this M neutral stand idle, which is the one that we imported. And where do we need to add this animation? Well, as you can see, when our speed is 0, we need to add the idle animations because our character will simply not be moving. It doesn't matter on what direction he is facing, it will always be idle. So let's go ahead and drag the animation into the corner, into the center, and into the right corner. And now let's go ahead and add one in between. So leave one of spacing, add this one, leave one of spacing. You have then the center one, leave one of spacing, and then this one. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 idle animations across the direction over here and speed when it's 0. With that said, let's go and find the run animations. And the first one that I want is the loop forward, which is loop_F. Let's get this, drag it onto the top where it's 500, but the direction is 0. So direction 0, speed 500. And now if I hold the left control and move this around our graph, you can see that I can transition from the speed of 0 to running. Cool. So now let's add all of the other animations that we need. So we need also for going left, going right, and all this stuff. So let's get the FL animation and drag that to be one to the left of the run animation. Now if I hold control, as you can see, I go just going slightly to the left, like at a 45-degree angle, something like that. After this, let's get the LR animation of running and put this to be the next one. And now as you can see, we go even a bit more, right? So it's like 90 degrees essentially of going to the left in this case. Now in here where our direction goes from -90 whatever into -130 and so on, this is already going backwards. So we need to go ahead and get the BL animation, which is standing for backwards left. Drag this into this one over here, and as you can see, this is going backwards slightly to the left. And then, as you might, have guessed, the loop B, which is going backwards, will be at the corner. Well, the direction will be minus 180, right? Which is just going backwards, as you can see. Cool, so let's do exactly the same thing, but with the right side over here. So first of all, we need the FR, which will be this one over here, and this will be next to our use forward. Then we need our air all, drag this over here, and then we need our BR. So backwards to the right, and then backwards on the corner. As you can see now, we can go ahead and change between all the directions. Really cool. Now make sure to just scroll down and find the wave speed, and let's put this to be around 3, so it will be slightly smoother, okay? Cool, so with that said, we have the blend space completed. Now it is time to plug it all into the animation blueprint. Okay, so let's go ahead and integrate this into our animation blueprint so we can use it in game. So let's go inside of the characters folder, mannequins, animations, and as you can see, we have the AVP mani, which is the main animation blueprint used in this project. So let's go inside of the animation graph, and let's go inside of the locomotion state machine, which is where we have all of these states for our movement. So first of all, let's go ahead and replace the auto animation with the one that we imported. So let's double click on there, select the auto animation, scroll down, and then on sequence, if I make this a bit bigger, I can change this to be the other idle, which will be the neutral stand. Compile and save. Now make sure that it has everything by default as loop animation ticked and things like that. Alright, let's go once into the locomotion animation here, and let's double click on the walk and run state. So in here we need to replace this blend space. Right now it has this simple one in only one direction, but now we need the strafe. So let's go ahead and find the bs_strafe movement, drag it and plug it here, and delete this one over here. Now ground speed will be the same as speed, which is cool. We already have that value set up, but we need one more, which is direction. So let's right click and hit promote to variable. Awesome. So now we need to fill in this variable, right? By default, Unreal already made this template fill this variable, but we need direction. So let's go inside the event graph, which is where logic can be applied by blueprints. As you can see right now, I get the ground speed from the velocity in the X and Y axis, right? Which is working from my movement component. But now we need to do the same thing, but for the direction of the character. So this is gonna be very simple. Let's go ahead and drag direction and set it, and add a new pin in the sequence and plug it in. Now let me put this back over here, double click and reroute this so it's nice and organized. And now we need to fill in this value. So it's actually pretty straightforward. What I need to do is get the velocity. So let's get in references, movement component, drag it, get velocity, which is down here, this variable over here. And then we can use this node, which is the calculate direction under utilities. So this node will essentially return a nice float of the direction that our character is facing. So it requires the velocity and then the base rotation. So what we can do is go inside of the character, drag it, and then just do get actor rotation, and then plug that into the base rotation. And this will indeed return us our direction. So I select of this new logic that we added, press E to make a comment, and this will be direction. And move this slightly down. There we go. So we have everything set. Compile and save. So now if we actually press play, you will see that nothing really changes. I mean, we have our new animations going on, but we cannot go backwards or anything like that. This is because we need to change some settings in our blueprint. So let's close our AVP menu, go to content, third person blueprint, and open up our third person blueprint. And over here, let's select the character movement, scroll down, and essentially under rotation settings, let's disable orient rotation to movement and enable use controller desired rotation. Now the character will be always facing the direction that the camera is facing. So if I press play, as you can see now, I can go in all directions. I can go right, left, backwards, and everything just looks fine, as you can see. Great. How cool is this, right? Awesome. Now, it moves a bit too quick for the movement that Souls-like games have, right? I want like imagine that in Elden Ring, you build a, more heavy, class or something like that. Let's go back into the third-person character, select the character movement, scroll up, and in the max walk speed, which will be around here, let's set this to be 480. Okay. Now, as you can see, it's slightly less, which is more like, he has like weight into the character or something like that, which is looking a bit nicer. But there we go. Now let's add a little, camera smoothing, right? Because in Souls, like, as you can see, the character moves before the camera. So let's add that. Go back into the third person character, select the camera boom, and the camera boom is essentially what connects the player character with the camera. Now in the details, if we search for lag, there's this camera lag parameter that we can enable to have a smooth movement. So let's enable this, and with the camera lag speed, we can, play around with the speed. So if I set this to 8, it will be a bit slower. As you can see now, when I press play, the character moves before our camera. And this is exactly the movement style for the camera that we have in Souls-like. If you, play like, Elden Ring or whatever, you will see that the character moves a bit before the camera, and it, we got exactly the same. So we got all the movements set up, and there we go. Alright, so now that we have the main movement set up, let's begin with some of the mechanics. So in this case, let's begin with the target lock mechanic, where you can go ahead and lock into a target and the camera will be always facing that target. So in this case, what we're going to do is create a new input, so we can go ahead and press a button. As you go into third person, input, actions, and over here, let's right click, go inside the input section and create a new input action. Let's call this IA_lock. Now we don't even have to open this because we will leave all the values by default as digital bool and everything like that. So let's save and close. Now let's go inside of the input folder and open up the IMC, which is the list of all the inputs inside of our project. So in this case, we need to add the new mapping, which will be the lock, and we need to specify what key we want to press. So just click on this little button over here and let's press on, the middle mouse button, for example. It's a nice shortcut. Now you can also go ahead and manually search it, but that's a bit faster. Now later on we will also add the gamepad, input and so on. But for now, let's leave it on keyboard. Save and close. So now we have this new input that we can use in our blueprints. So before continuing, let's go ahead and make sure that all of the project is correctly structured from the beginning. So in this case, we are gonna split off the logic and not have it all in one place. So instead of having all of the player logic inside of the main third person character blueprint, we are gonna split it into different components. In this case, actor components. An actor component is essentially a blueprint class that we can add into other actors to execute logic and have things more organized. So let's right click, create a new folder on the main content folder, and name this blueprints. Inside of this folder, let's right click and create a new blueprint class and select actor component. So let's name this BPC_combat and open this up. So in this actor component, we will have all of the combat mechanics, such as target locking, the sword combo, and dodging and things like that. So right over here, the first thing I want to do is delete these two nodes, right click and add my IA_lock input. So whenever my character presses this, button, we need to go ahead and begin doing some things. So the first thing that we need to do is make a sphere trace. A sphere trace is an invisible kind of sphere or line that goes from one point to another. In this case, from the player's camera forward into whatever world we have, so we can detect targets that are in front of our character. So let's expand this over here and let's get the started input. So when we start pressing the input, and on here let's add a sphere trace for objects. So it'll be this one. So over here, let's go ahead and specify all the values that we need. So the start position and the end position of this over here. So what we're going to do is right click over here and get the player camera manager. And from here what we can do is drag and say get world location. So let's put this over here, put this over here, and move this to the left. And there we go. Now, if I plug this into the return value, we would have the start position. But we also need the end position. So what we can do is simply just go a bit forward of where the camera is facing. So what I can do is from here, get the world rotation and simply do a get forward vector. So I go forward. And then I need to go ahead and multiply this by a nice value. Now let's right click on the second input and convert this into a float. So it's a nice number. So this is the distance that we want to go forward and detect enemies or whatever. In this case, let's put like 1000. Let's go ahead and put this one more to the right. Get this and add the location with the new rotation. So we have a direction and this will be our end point. Now on the radius, let's set this to be around 150. So it's nice and big and it's easy for our players to detect the target. And then on the object types, we need to specify what types of actors in the game we want to detect. In this case, let's make an array. As you can see, it's an array. And this will be pawns because in Unreal, any character will be a pawn. With that said, let's also just make sure that the draw debug type is for duration, so we can preview it when we press play just to make sure that all the sizes and locations are correct. Expand this, set the debug time to 2, and there we go. So now if I go ahead and compile and press play, nothing will happen when I press the middle mouse button. Why? Well, because this component is still not added into our actor. So let's go inside the content, third person blueprints, third person character blueprint. And under the components, let's add a new one, which will be our BPC combat. Press enter, compile, save, and there we go. This is very important whenever you create an actor component to remember to actually add it into an actor. Cool. So now when I press play and press my input key that I set up, which in this case is the middle mouse button, as you can see, we have a sphere trace coming from one place to another. Let me go ahead and press this, pause, and there we go. It goes from the camera just forwards. In this case, it just goes through the floor, but you know, if I had a player over here, this would work. Now I want to change a bit here how this works, and I want to kind of go more from the player and change a bit of where it's starting, so it's easier for me to detect all of this targets, like, because it's just going too much directly into the ground. So what I'm going to do is go back to the BPC combat and simply make a little change over here. So I'm gonna just make sure to edit a bit the z-axis so it goes a bit more upwards. So let's go ahead and break this over here, right click and split it. So now I have all the axes individually. This means that I can get the z-axis and add around 20 units upwards, so it's a bit taller. Then I can simply get from here and say mech vector, and with Ctrl move this to Z, then this will be Y and X. As you can see, now I have back again my vector, which I just can just plug here, and that's it. Everything will work just fine. Compile, save, and now as you can see, it will basically end up a bit higher, right? So it's easier for me to detect any players, and there we go. Of course, we can play around with these values later on, but for now, it's correctly set up. Cool, so now it is time to actually detect a pawn and stick into it. So from the return value, let's add a branch. And this will mean that we will only continue. We have actually detected something. And then from the out hit, let's break hit. And then we can access all the parameters about the actor that we have impacted. In this case, we have access to the hit actor, which is essentially the enemy that will be standing, in front. So let's right click and promote this to a variable. And this will be the target lock actor. Put this into true, and there we go. So whatever actor we detect, we will save it into a nice variable. So with that said, it is time to go ahead and change the character movement and all of this stuff, right? So we can actually make sure that the character will be just locked in. So for this, let's go ahead and make a simple thing, which is going to be on the event tick. So in the event tick, what we want to do is make sure that every frame our character will be facing our enemy. So what we can do is simply get the target lock actor, get it, right click, and convert this into a validated get. So we will only continue if it's valid, so we have an actor locked right now, right? So instead of using a boolean, we're using the variable itself, which is pretty efficient. With that said, we are gonna simply just right click, get owner, and then get controller. But we cannot do this because this owner is simply an actor reference. So we cannot change the whole control rotation. What we need to do is get a direct reference to a third-person character blueprint. So for this, let's simply add a begin play on the top. And to here, let's right click, get owner, drag from here, cast to third-person character. And right over here, let's right click and save this in a nice variable. So this will be the player BP. Cool, so now we have a reference to our player character. That means that on here I can get the player BP, and now yes, get the controller. So from the controller, I can just say set control rotation. And the control rotation is the rotation of the whole character, not just of the actor. So this will mean that the character will be always facing what we need to see. So the new rotation will be this nice, little node that we have with Unreal, which is defined look at rotation. This node will give us a rotation between two different locations. So in this case, the first location will be the player blueprint. So get actor location, plug that into the start, and the second location will be the one of the target. So we can just get the target actor, copy paste this over here, and plug this there. And there we go. Nice and neat. So with that said, we can go ahead and put this over here, and this should actually go ahead and work. So if I go here and simply drag a third-person character to be over here and rotate it and press play, now when I press the middle mouse button, as you can see, it snaps into the character and I can move around. But there's one little problem, which is that the character is facing, too much his kind of torso. Therefore, the camera is kind of just low on the ground and we have, a low angle of visibility. So let's go back into our BPC combat and let's adjust here a bit the locations. So what I want to do is delete this lookout rotation, right click and split it. And similar to what we did with our trace, I want to add an offset into the Y pitch. So let's add an add node over here, and this will be around -20. So really, this could be a negative node, but I always have the practice of adding a, adding node and then making the value negative. So whatever you prefer, honestly. So then this will be make rotator, control this into the pitch, X and Z. And now, yes, we have the new rotation value, which I can plug over here. And this will mean that our camera will be slightly looking a bit upwards. So if I go here and do this, there we go. Now our camera is positioned a bit correctly. And basically, I cannot move the camera, okay? This is simply going ahead and, letting the character on the middle. As you can see, the strafe movement works just fine, which is really, really cool. So let's make sure that you can also go ahead and on target, right? Because right now I'm just stuck this forever. So let's go back to our BPC combat. And right over here, we need to do some testings. So first of all, we only want to execute this fear trace if we are currently not already locking our character, right? So let's get the target lock actor, get right click, validated get, and this will be only on the is not valid option, right? There we go. So if it's not valid, we can go ahead and do this. Now, if it's valid, we want to set the target lock actor to be empty. Okay, that way it will be not valid. So next time that we want to make a target lock, we can execute this fear trace, and also this will be not valid, so it will not execute the code of updating the character. So basically, if we click again the middle mouse button and we already have a target lock, we will disable the target lock. As simple as that, okay? And actually this will work. If I go here and target lock, I'm blocked, but I press again the middle mouse button, I'll go back to normal, which is really cool. Now we need to do some things, and it's that by default I made it so I can show you the blend space that is with the strafe movement. But in Souls-like it's only when we are target locked, right? And here we will have a free locomotion where a character would look at the direction which is going. So let's go inside of our third-person character blueprint, select the character movement, scroll down once again into the rotation settings, and right over here, let's disable the side rotation and enable orient rotation to movement. And now yes, our character will be facing the direction which is going, like in Souls games by default. But of course, when we target lock, we want to change this. So let's go into BBC combat and just go to the right over here. And on here, let's get the player BP and then access the movement component, which is this one at the bottom. So from here, we want to set the orient rotation to movement to be disabled. But then we want to set the control rotation to be enabled, okay? And there we go. Now he will be facing this. Let's copy this nodes, and on the is valid when we disable the target locking, we want to do the inverse, right? So it will enable the orient and disable the use controller. And now by default, I can face my character, but then when I target lock, I can't. And then when I stop doing this, I go back to normal. So everything is going ahead and working just fine, which is really, really cool. And we have a nice, kind of target locking going on, which is awesome. Alright, so now that we have target locking in place, let's add a little detail, which is a little circle appearing on the actor that we are target locking. So let's go ahead and go inside of the content browser, right click, create a new folder, and this will be UI. So here, let's right click, scroll down, user interface, and create a new widget blueprint, user widget, and this will be WB underscore, and then simply like target lock, and open this up. So in here, the only thing we want to do is drag an image into the hierarchy. We name this to be like just icon, and over here in the brush, we need to import an image. So go ahead and import this. So I have this little image that I'm going to import. So let's go inside of the UI folder, right click, new folder, icons. And let's go ahead and drag the target lock to be here. Cool. So I will leave this in the description, which is a little circle with, a PNG background, nothing crazy, right? So on here, let's go ahead and select this to be the image that we want. And then on image size, let's make sure that X and Y is on 50-50. And then instead of fill screen, this will be desired. And now as you can see, we have a little circle with this size, which works. Compile and save. Now what we are going to do is make sure that this is modular, so we can apply this into whatever character we want, and we don't need to edit every blueprint of the enemy to contain this widget that would enable or disable. Instead, we are going to create a target lock kind of circle actor, which we can spawn into whatever enemy dynamically, right? Which is really cool. So what we're going to do is simply go inside the blueprints folder, right click, and create a new blueprint class. And in this case, it will be an actor because it will simply be placed in the world. Let's name this BP underscore target lock widget and open this up. So we are simply gonna add a new component of widget. And then on the widget class, this will be the target lock. And then the draw size will be something as 30 and 30, so it's a bit smaller. And then the space will be screen, so it will automatically always be facing the character screen. With that said, we only need to spawn it. I mean, if I was to drag it manually, as you can see, it will look something like this, which is what we want. But of course, we want to, spawn it by logic. So let's go ahead and open up the combat component. And right after we go ahead and, set the target lock, change the movement, direction, everything, we're gonna simply just drag from here and say create or spawn actor from class. And in this case, the actor from class will be the target lock widget. And we're gonna make sure that this is on always spawn, ignore collisions. And then we want to also specify the transform. In this case, the transform of this will be something as target lock get world transform, or actor transform, sorry. And from there, we're gonna right click and split it, okay? Because we want to add a little offset on the Z direction once again, so it's a bit on the torso, not on the feet or anything like that. So in here, let's also right click and split it, so we have all the X's by, separate. And let's do the same again for the location. So let's right click, split location. So the X will be the X, Y the Y, but the Z we need to add around 20, so it'll be a bit higher, and then put this on Z. And then for the rest, it will simply just be plugged in and then plugged in, and that's it. Well, actually, for the transform scale, we want to leave it on always 111, so let's not plug this over here. And that's it, okay? So let's make sure to save this in a variable, which will be the target lock widget, so we can remove it later on and so on, right? And then we want to make sure that this actor will be attached into the enemy, because if the enemy was to move, the widget will stay in the position that it will spawn. So let's get from here and do an attach actor to actor. So the target will be this one, and the parent actor will be the target lock actor. And then this will be simply on snap to target, and that's it. Compile and save. So now when I press play and target lock into a character, as you can see, we have this little widget spawning in, which looks super cool. Now we just have one thing left to do, which is to delete it from our level. So let's get the target lock widget, combat component, go into the logic where we do this, and let's simply get the target lock widget and destroy actor. Now if I go ahead and press play on here and stop this, you can see that now, as you can see, it will basically be destroyed, and there we go, everything is working just fine. So let's make sure that everything is organized and commented, because right now this looks like mayhem. So first of all, I want to change the default color of the comment to be a bit nicer. Let's go into edit, editor preferences, search for comment, and in this color over here, let's put this to be a bit darker. And there we go. Okay, close, go back to our combat component and select all of this, right? So let me just put this over here, move this to be separated, make a comment of this, which would be like get player class. Then this will be something as target lock, and this is specifically in the event tick will be the target lock update, and that's it. We are good to go. And I cannot move this. Okay. Anyway, I don't know why I cannot move it, honestly. It's a bit weird, but here we go. Everything nice and organized like we want to have it, which is very important. So we have everything gone ahead and set, which is really nice. Alright, so let's finally begin with our attack combo. So let's go inside of our characters folder, souls, right click, create a new folder, and this will be combat. And inside of this folder, let's simply import this over here, drag this animation, which I will be linking in the description. That said, let's click on reset to default and select the mannequin skeleton as we did with our movement animations. Click on import, and after a few seconds, we should have our attack animation going on. Alright, there we go. If I open this up, as you can see, we have this nice sword combo, which we will use as our main attack. So I want to mention that this Souls-like project will only have one attack for the player character, because I want to leave things open for you to modify later on and add sub attacks and things like that, and I will show you how, okay? So with that said, let's save, close, and now the important thing is that also before closing, we have room motion enabled. So let's click on enable room motion, and now yes, save and close. So let's go ahead and make sure that this is a montage and that we have the only frames that we want, which is, yeah, cool. So let's right click, create animation montage, and we can leave the montage like that. And now we have this montage that we can play directly from Blueprints, which is really cool. So let's go back into our Blueprints folder and open up our combat component, which is where we want to implement all the logic. But first, we also need to create a new input, as we did with our luck, right? Let's go once again into our third person input, actions, right click and create a new input action. Name this attack, and we can label it by default. Go back to input, default, and add a new mapping, and this will be attack. In this case, I'm gonna click this and press the left mouse button in my keyboard, but you can also manually search it. Alright, with that said, we're good to go. We can now just go into our little, actor component, and right over here, I'm gonna simply right click and add the attack input that I just created. Let's expand this and use the start. So the first thing that I want to do is play an animation. So simply drag the play montage node, and what I want to do is specify what mesh I want to play. So I can get the player BP and simply get the mesh and plug that into the skeleton mesh component. And then on montage to play, we only have one, which is the combo. With that said, we're good to go. We can simply just test this out. Now, very important, I want to open up the combo and put the speed to be around 2 or something like that, or 1.5, so it's a bit better. So let's leave it at 1.5 for now. Press play, and now as you can see, when I left click, I have this nice, little combo playing up, and the character has root motion, so it moves nicely. Now, there's a couple of issues. First of all, if I press and press again, it interrupts the animation and attacks again, which looks very, very bad, as you can see. And then another thing is that right now it's playing the whole combo at once and not just the first part of the combo, stopping, and if I continue to click the next one, right? So this is all due to the montage and some logic that we want to implement. So let's begin simply by making sure you can spam click this. So let's create a new variable, and this will be is attacking. So I'm gonna get this and only continue if right now is attacking is set to not boolean, right? So it's not true. So let me go ahead and get this nodes, move them to the right, and add a branch over here. So if is attacking is not true, that means that I can attack, and we need to take the is attacking to true, right? And we play the attack animation. And then once this is completed, I will get is attacking to be false, as we have, completed the animation, or interrupted. Very important. Nice. So with that said, we are good to go. I can go ahead and only click once. As you can see now, if I click, it doesn't, continue. It's just gonna go ahead and finish the combo. But we have the next issue, which is that I click once and it plays the whole 3 combo animation. I only wanted to play one, the first part. So we need to go ahead and implement a really, intelligent logic. So as you can see in the montage, we have the first, kind of swing. What we want to do is add a little kind of frame logic here, which is called a notify, which will allow us to detect if we want to continue playing the animation into the next one, right? So for example, we click, and if we click again before we reach this part, we want to play the next one. And then the same with this one. So we are gonna simply just rename this track over here, which I can't, which is okay. Oh, there we go. Okay, doesn't let me. Oh, there we go. And this will be the combo. So right over here, I want to simply get the first swing, and when the character is like around here with his armor like this, so at 0.8, I want to right click on this track and add a notify montage. Then later on here, I want to do the same thing. So right click and notify montage, and then at the end we don't need to do anything because the animation finishes. So we have these two, right? So you can put them in the exact same position as 0.8 and 1.84 if you want, but basically an anim notify is a specific frame in the animation that we can introduce code. In this case, we can access this through the onNotify begin. So once it reaches any notify on here on there, we can execute logic. So basically this means that on the notify begin, we can add a branch over here, and the branch will be on is attacking. So are we currently attacking? And we want to introduce a new variable, which will be combo. Okay, and combo will simply be the variable that will decide if we want to continue to play the combo animation. So in here, as you can see, if we are already playing an animation, right, already attacking, we want to set combo to true, because that means that we want to go ahead and continue executing the combo, right? It makes sense, it's straightforward, right? We're already attacking, we click again, we want to continue with the combo. So this will be true, and then this will continue on. Now when the animation is completed or interrupted, let's make sure that this is set to false. And then on here, if this is true, we want to essentially go ahead and, sorry, if this is false, we want to stop the montage, right? Because we don't want to continue with the combo. So there's this node, which is the get player blueprint, get mesh, and then get anim instance. And if we get this, we can use the montage stop node. And on false, okay, remember, this has to be on false, right? Because we only want this if the combo is disabled and we don't want to continue doing the combo, right? So if it's on false, we're gonna simply stop the montage. Let's put around 0.2 of blend time, and then the montage will be this one. Awesome. So right after this, we're gonna set the is attacking and combo to false. So let's get is attacking to false and combo to false, and that's pretty much it. So now you see that when I click, I only play the first part of the combo, but if I click again, I play 2 parts. Now it's a bit broken because it did play the one remaining, right? And you are probably wondering why. Well, that's because on true, we need to set combo to be false true, right? There we go. Now yes, I play one time if I click 2 times, we play 2 animations, right? So you can see, and if I click 3 times, I do the whole thing, which is cool. So there we go, we have our combo set up, which is looking just fine. And actually, if I was to disable this, it should still work because we have it on interrupted. Yeah, actually it works. Yeah, there we go. Because we have this on interrupted, right? So it will do the same thing. So we can actually delete this 2 nodes over here. So let's go ahead and make a comment, and this will be the sword combo animation. And there we go. We can go ahead and put it over here, and that's pretty much it. So now we have the animation set up. Alright, so now we have the combo animation going on, but now we actually need the logic to apply damage into whatever we have in front of us. So what we're going to do is create a new anim notify. Anim notify is what I used before, right, in the combo, but we can create our own custom anim notifies to also execute, you know, logic directly from the montage. So let's go to blueprints, and on here let's right click, create a new blueprint class, and expand the old classes and search for anim notify. We're gonna go ahead and specify the anim notify state because this has an, you know, start and an end. Click on select, and then this bb underscore notify underscore, and then we can do like damage or sword trace, whatever you prefer. I'm gonna do damage and open this up. So right over here, what I can do is override some of the functions. In this case, we want to the begin and the end. So let's go ahead and add the begin and the end. So you're probably wondering what we want to do in those. Well, we want to start some traces. So let's go back into our combo logic over here, right, in the combat component. And what we want to do is execute some, yeah, basically traces. Okay, so what we're going to do is right click and create a custom event over here, and this will be simply something as begin damage trace. Okay, so when this custom event is called, we want to basically create a trace so we can apply damage. Now we want to do this in a loop for the whole animation. So what I'm going to do is drag from here and set a timer by event. So I'm gonna specify the time to be around 0.01, so it happens very often. And let's click on looping. So on the event, I can add a custom event, and this will be the damage trace. And there we go. So every 0.01 seconds, it will be executing this custom event in a loop until I say to stop. So in here, we simply want to do another sphere trace, but in this case by channel. And I want to specify the start and end location. In this case, I can't, basically because we don't have a sword that I can use. So first of all, let's make sure that we import the sword that we want into the project. Alright, so let's go ahead and import our sword. In this case, we will use quixel bridge for this. So let's go up into window, quixel bridge, and on here, first of all, go ahead and make sure that you are signed in. Once you are signed in, let's search for sword. And after a few seconds, we have a few options. In this case, I chose this dagger, which is very straightforward, simple, but of course you can, select whatever sword you want. I mean, you have a lot of options here, as you can see. You have even like axes and everything. It's crazy, right? So let's go ahead and select the high quality, download it, which I have already done, and add it into the project. I mean, you can also change the quality if your PC doesn't support so much, nanite and so on, right? Anyway, with that said, we have already the sword imported. As you can see, it looks really cool, right? It's pretty decent. So let's go inside of our content, characters, mannequins, meshes, and to open up the SK mannequin skeleton. So what we're going to do is add a socket, which is essentially a bone position where our sword will be in place. So let's go and search down into hand R, which is the right hand, right click and add a new socket. So this socket will enable us to change the position of the sword in here, right? So let's name this something as hand R underscore sword, right click on this new socket and add a preview asset, which will be the dagger. This allows us to preview it on here. So let's also preview an animation, which will be the combo. So we can go ahead and specifically put this in the correct way. Nice, around here, right? Imagine. So first of all, I'm gonna increase the size to be around 2. Remember, with the socket selected. And let's go ahead and make sure that this is a bit bigger. And gonna change this to be around here. And this around here. And gonna simply spend some time, literally a couple seconds, like pretty much I have it ready to be in place, right? As you can see, to rotate it like this and put it here. Now we have pretty much the sword in place. I mean, you can spend a bit more time to tune it in, but for me this will work just fine. It's literally perfect. Okay, you can see the fingers and everything is great. So let's save, close, and open up the third person character blueprint. So content, third person blueprints, third person character, and over here I'm gonna simply just go and go to the viewport, mesh, add a new component, and this will be a static mesh. Let's call this to be the sword, and this will be the dagger. And then what we can do, because it's a child, we can specify the parent socket to be the hand R sword, and make sure that everything is 000, 11, 000, and then on the collision settings, that is set as no collision. This is very important, okay guys? With that said, we have the sword in place. As you can see, it's looking pretty cool, right? But of course, we need to make sure that we have the start and end point of our sword, because when we play our attack animation, we want to execute a trace from this point to here. So select the sword, add a new component, and this will be an arrow, and this will be the start trace, or start sword trace pause. Let's go ahead and make sure this is a bit smaller, so lock it 0.1, and then I'm gonna just simply go and disable real time over here, so it's easier. Put this on the tip, duplicate this, remove the one at the end, and change this to be the end sword trace pose, and then put this to be around here, right? So let's put this at 5, and there we go. This is perfect. Enable backing in real time. And now we have a start position and an end position for a sword blade itself, which is really cool. So now we are gonna go back to our BPC combat, and what we can simply do is get the player blueprint and get the start position of our sword trace, as you can see. And I'm gonna simply get the world location and plug that into the start. And now I can simply from here get the end position of the sword and do the same. Get the world location, and this will be the end point, like so. Now let's put the radius to be around 10, and then we can simply leave this by default. And actually, it's gonna be better if we change this from by channel to for objects, so we can directly only detect pawns, right? So let's right click, do a sphere trace by, for objects, and simply replace this node by holding control, this will be 10, delete, and move this up. So sorry about that. With that said, the object type array will be a new make array node, like we did with the target lock, and it will be pawn. And then for the debug type, let's put this for 1 frame. Nice, so there we go, we're good to go. Now we also need to stop the trace, so we can simply right click and create a new custom event, which will be the end damage trace, and this will simply just make sure that this timer by event is valid, just to avoid errors, right? And then from here we can simply do a clear and invalidate timer, but we want to delete this connection and plug it into this rule over here. And now yes, I can expand this over here, right? Put this to be more like this, and simply, you know, make this a bit more organized, right? There we go. So we have all the logic to, you know, begin the loop and stop it. So now back from our notify, we can call this, but to make it a bit more efficient, let's create an interface, so we don't directly need to have a reference to our, you know, combat component. So let's go to the third person folder over here and go to content, blueprints, right click, and create a new blueprint interface. This will be BPI_damage, and open this up. So this will be the begin sword trace, and we need another one which will be the end sword trace. We don't need any inputs or outputs, we can just compile, save, and close. So now back in our notify, we can go into the begin, right? Make sure you are in beginning, not in end, right? Over here you can check. And then from the mesh component, we can get the owner. That way we get the actor of, you know, the class that, you know, we have the player on. And from here, we can simply do a little check of, you know, does implement interface. And if it does implement the BPI damage interface, we want to continue. Otherwise, we go directly into the return node, right? But if we do have this, we can simply from here do the start trace or begin trace. I don't remember. Yeah, begin sword trace, right? And that's it. Connect this into here, and there we go. So let's make this a bit more organized. Double click, reroute it. There we go. Nice and simple, right? So doesn't matter what actor, you know, the parent is. We're just gonna use the interface, right? Super cool. Let's copy this 3 nodes or 4 nodes, right? Go to the end. Move this here, paste it, connect the branch over here. Get the return node to be over there. Plug it on false. And then on here we can do the end trace and connect this to the true. Then to the return node. And that's it. We are good to go, as you can see now. Make sure to connect mesh component to the owner. And that's it. Now you'll notice that it won't work, and we cannot add the interface into the component because we're getting the owner, not the owner component, right? So what we need to do instead is go to third person character blueprint, go to class settings, and add the interface into this player blueprint. And now from here in the interfaces, we can go to the begin and the end, and simply we can go and get the BPC combat and call the begin damage trace function, right? So remember to always use the call function right now and not the BPI damage. Very important, it has to be the call function, okay? With that said, do the same for this one, which will be end trace. Once again, call function, remember, and that's it. Now let's make a comment, sword traces, and that's it. So basically the notify will call this end sword trace, which is this one, and then from the player we'll call the combat component one, which is this one, right? Cool. Make a comment, sword traces, put this in position, and that's it. This should actually go ahead and work, but we need to add it into the animation because if not, it won't do anything. Let's go into the montage, open this up. As you can see, we have a nice timeline going on, so let's add a new notify strike so everything is nice, and this will be traces. And now we can specify where our trace can start and end. So in this case, I want to have my trace starting around here when he starts like making the first slash. So let's right click on the traces track, go to notify state because we create a notify state, not a normal notify, and this will be notify damage. Now if you're wondering the difference between the normal notify and state is that with the state we can actually have a beginning and an end, like I mentioned. So the end of this will be around here where he has his sword like completes on the slash, so I'm gonna put this to here. Then he begins the other one like around here. Gonna copy, click, paste, and have the end to be around, yeah, here where it is already. And the last one will be like around here, so let's copy, click, paste, and then there we go, around here, okay? So we have all the traces, so here it will begin, and begin, and begin, and end. Save, press play, and now you can see it. You have a red little, thing going on, as you can see, and it always enables on that point. So now I would, as you can see, detect with green the player. So if I was to target lock, I would go ahead and impact it, which is really cool. I'm gonna make it a bit bigger because it's a bit hard and you need to get very close to the target. So on here, on the trace of the damage trace, I'm gonna put the radius to around 25. Maybe that's too much, but let me target lock, and yeah, it's a bit better. As you can see, it's just gonna be a bit easier for the player to, deal damage and so on. And we can play with the values and the position, but for now, that's it. So there we go, we have a nice trace damage happening and going on. So there we go. Alright, so now we have the damage system, but we don't have the health system or stat system. So let's begin with this. So let's go inside of the blueprints folder, right click and create a new blueprint class, and once again this will be an actor component. As I mentioned at the beginning of the master class, we want to make sure that all the code is modular and very well structured and not everything in one place as the third person character. So let's select actor component, name it BPC underscore, and then something as stats. Open this up. So the first stat that I want to add for now is gonna be health. So in the variables, add health, and this will be a float. Nice. And then what we want to do is create a function that would update this health whenever we call it. So in functions, create a new function, and this will be like increase value. Okay. And now on here we can specify what type of value we want to change. So there's a very cool thing to do, which is as we're doing an universal function to change any stat, what we can do is create an enumerator. So we can simply have an input and define what stat we want. So on the blueprints folder, right click, go to the blueprint section and create an enumeration. And this will be E underscore stats. Open this up and add all the stats that we need. In this case, it will only be health. So let's go ahead. If I know how to type, there we go. Save and close. So now we can create a new variable, which will be stat, and actually we don't need even a variable. We can just go here, right, into the node of the function and add a new input. And this will be the stat that we want to update. And we can set this to be as e_stats. And there we go. So now depending on the stats, we can do a switch, right? And for example, right now, if it's health, we can do this. So we also need another input of the value, right? So what we want to add or subtract. So this will be a float. And we're gonna simply get the health and do a addition, right? So we can get the value, go here, make a reroute, it's nice and organized. And from here we can simply just update the health variable, right? So we'll add whatever value comes in, update it, and then we can do a little sequence over here, right? So what we want to do is first of all make sure and check if our health is bigger than 0 or not. So if our health is less or equal than 0, that means that we want our character to die. So let's go and go to event graph, delete these two things, create a custom event, and this would be like die. Right now we don't have anything, but later on we'll implement the logic. So let's put in die here, and there we go. Now with that said, on the second approach, we want to update our health bar and so on, which we will do a bit later. So let's leave it empty, right? Sorry, not in the branch, but in the sequence I meant, okay? With that said, we are pretty much good to go. We just need to, you know, we need to make sure that the value will be from 0 to the max value. So very important, let's get this and do a clamp float. So it'll be in range. Connect this over here. And you're gonna simply just make sure that the minimum is 0 and the max is, well, new variable, which will be max health. Nice. So the health by default will be, you know, like 80, okay? And the max health will be like 100. Okay, let's make that. And then we're actually good to go. Let's go ahead and make sure that they are exposed. Go to the third person character blueprint and add BBC stats. And the we can also edit them from here, which is very nice, right? Cool. So now this actually works, but we need to, you know, make sure that when I receive damage, or the player or the enemy or whatever receives damage, we update that stat. So let's go into the third person blueprint and let's add an event any damage node. Okay, so when I receive damage through the Unreal damage interface, I can call the stats component and do an increase value. And you're probably wondering, well, I want to decrease it, not increase it, right? Well, the thing is that there's a nice trick. First of all, as you can see, it's really cool because we have a drop down with our enumerator with whatever stat we want to change. And then there's a trick, which is just to multiply the value by -1 to invert it. And now we would, you know, subtract it instead of add it, right? And there we go. Like damage, and that's pretty much it. Of course, we will also need to play like a hit damage, we'll do a bit later, and a sound, but you get the idea. So with that said, we actually have that done. We just need one little thing, which is to make our character die. So I'm gonna go back to the damage interface and add a new function, which will be die. And I don't need any inputs or parameters, but now on here, I want to add it. And what I want to do is simply do one thing, which is to get the character movement component and disable the movement, so I cannot move anymore when I die. And then what I want to do is get the mesh and set the simulate physics to true. This will essentially simulate physics on all the bones, enabling for ragdoll. So let's select the mesh, and we need to change a collision, you know, setting, which is this is gonna be on custom, and on collision enabled, this will be enabled query and physics, and that's it. This will be die. And now from the PPC stats on the event graph on the die, I can simply just get the owner, and I can do the die function. As you can see, I don't need to have a reference or cast into the third person character because it's a nice interface which works. So this means that right now on my BPC damage or combat, sorry, on the sword traits, what I can do is if I detect a, you know, actor, what we can do from here is break this, and from the hit actor, simply apply damage with this node. This node is part of the Unreal damage interface, which means that it will connect with the event any damage of our player. So I can just add a damage, for example 10, or create a variable which will be like the damage, right? And there we go. Make sure that it has a default value of 10 or something, and that's pretty much it. So I can press play, go here, and start to hit him, and he should go ahead and die, but he doesn't die. So what is happening over here? Well, right now let's make sure that we are receiving damage, right? So let's add a print string of hello. As you can see, it prints hello, and we are actually going ahead and getting the receiving damage and doing this. So as you can see, I don't know where this came from, but we're adding another input here. No, I want to remove the pin. So I was multiplying by 0 essentially. So there's no damage, right? Now, yes, as you can see, there we go, a character dies. And you might wonder, why we only applied 10 of damage. Why is he dying? Well, that's because we have this on a timer where every 0.01 seconds it will execute a trace applying 10 of damage. So actually we are not applying 10, we're applying 10 of damage times whatever amounts of traces we're doing every 0.01 seconds, right? So we are essentially adding with a huge amount of damage. So instead what we want to do after the branch is do a do once node, right, and control this with a little buffer. Okay, so basically we are only gonna allow damage to happen every around 0.3 seconds, and I'm gonna reset this. Okay, that way we can control this and only allow our flow of code to happen every 0.3 seconds, which will be a bit more controlled, and we have now a bit more proper of damage set up. Now as you can see, I need more hits to actually go ahead and kill this enemy, which has like 80 of damage, and there we go. Now he was successfully dead, which is really cool. So we have our health going on and everything, which is really cool. So our stat system is working just fine. Alright, so let's add a little hit react animation when we receive damage. So let's go inside of characters, souls, combat, and right over here I will import another animation which I will link in the description. So hit react, we set to default, and then this will be the SK mannequin from Engine 5. And then you simply import, and the VO is very straightforward. This is little damage, right? Right click, create anim montage, sorry. So there we go, we can play this from blueprints. And then I'm gonna go to content, third person, blueprints, third person. And on the damage, right after we go into stats and increase or decrease the value, whatever we're doing, right? I'm gonna simply just do a play montage, and this will be an montage node. Get the mesh, put in the hit react, and that's pretty much it. So we can simply just make sure that when we receive damage or the player receives damage, there we go, we play a little of that animation, which is cool. Now another thing that I want to do is make sure that you cannot move when you receive damage. So let's do a little thing, which is to get the character movement component, and it's to set the max walk speed to be simply 0. Okay, and then copy this, connect this, and then on completed or interrupted we're gonna have this to 480, which was the default one. Just make sure to go to character movement component, walk speed 480. There we go. Okay, just making sure. All right, so now I'm gonna add a debug key. Okay, debug key of 1, for example, that will apply damage to me. So I can apply damage to what actor? Well, self. And let's do like 10 of damage, right? So now when I go ahead and are moving and press 1, so you can see I receive damage and I don't move, right? Which is a little like buffer that you get. You're gonna move, right? It's a bit nicer. And then we can also attack, and if I receive damage, we don't break the attack animation. Why? Well, this is simply because, as you can see, we die also, which is cool, right? This is because on the, where is it, the blueprint of the combat, right? on the attack animation on interrupted, we add this. So very important, make sure to also connect uninterrupted onto every montage. So whatever logic is interrupted, we will still play, right? Because if not, if I receive damage in the middle of the combo, it will break it, but with interrupt, we don't, right? And there we go, we have a little hit react animation, which looks way nicer. Alright, so now let's go ahead and create a UI for a health bar. So let's go inside of the UI, go and create a new user interface, widget blueprint, user widget, and this will be WB_health, or more specifically, player health. So in here, we're gonna simply just drag a new canvas panel, and then a progress bar. So the progress bar, first of all, will have different color. It will be way more reddish, right? And in order to preview it, we can go to percent and put like 0.8 by default, right? So it goes from 0 to 1, right? Very important, you need to know this. All right, so with that said, we have a nice color. Let's change this to be the health bar, and then I'm gonna change a bit the positioning of this widget so it's nice in place. So I'm gonna go and make sure that the anchor is at the top left. As you can see in Souls-like, we have it always at the top left of the screen. Let's put the alignment to be on 0, 0, so it's on the corner, and then the position 30, we can leave like 30 here, and on Y another 30, so it's parallel, and then on X we can put a size of like 600, and then like 25. And now we have a nice little progress bar there on the corner. Like, make sure that is set as this variable so we can update it from the widgets, right? Cool. So now let's also right click and create another user interface, and this will be WB_HUD. Okay, and we're gonna simply just have the main HUD elements over here, but first of all we need a canvas panel, and then we need the player health over here. Make sure that the player health has the anchor set to full, but holding control. So hold left control and click this, and now it fills the whole thing, and it has the correct position. Alright, so now back in our third person character blueprint, we can go to the begin play, and after we add the input mapping, we can simply create a new widget, and this will be the HUD. Now we can right click and promote this HUD into variable so we can access it anywhere, and this will be HUD widget. And with that said, we're gonna get the HUD and add it to the viewport. If I know how to type, there we go, so we can see on the player screen, right? Let's go ahead and make a comment. This will be player HUD widget. And with that said, we're good to go. When I press play, we see it, but of course we need to update it, right? When I now press 1, it doesn't do anything, right? So let's go and simply open up the blueprints folder and our BPC stats, and as you can see that we have the increased value, and I left a pin of the sequence to plug in all the code to update the health bar. But first of all, we need a reference to the health bar, but have in mind that this is a modular actor component, so we can add this not only for the player character but for enemies, right, in terms of the stats component. So what we're going to do is go to the event graph, and right over here we're going to make a very intelligent thing, okay, which is going to be right click and new custom event, and this will be the set health progress bar, and I'm gonna save this on a variable. So what I can do is receive an input of a progress bar, but it's gonna be easier if I do this. So I'm gonna, well, yeah, I need this. Okay, so as an input, do health progress bar, and it's gonna do progress bar, which is gonna be this one, object reference. And now I'm gonna right click, promote this to a variable, health progress bar, and that's it. Now in the increased value, I can simply get the health progress bar, do a set percent, and it will simply, the percent be the health divided by the max health, because remember that the progress bars in Unreals go from 0 to 1. Now let's right click and convert this to a validated get, and only continue if it's valid, just in case we forget to set it up on an enemy or whatever, and that way we don't have an error, right? Cool, so that's done. I'm gonna go to third person character, and on the begin play, I'm gonna get the stats component and do a set health bar progress, or health progress bar, and then this will simply be the HUD widget get health widget, and then get the health bar, and plug that into there. And there we go. We have this set over here, so this will be set health bar. Nice. So now when I press 1, as you can see, it updates the health bar at the top. I know that the prompt of Unreal is current, but there we go, and it works just fine, so we're good to go. And if I was to create a health bar for the enemy, this would work just the same. So I'm gonna go ahead and, you know, duplicate the player health, and this will be simply enemy health bar, and I'm gonna change this to be the center, right? And that we're gonna put 0.5.5, right? It's specifically centered. And now I can simply go to the, you know, enemy and apply that. But of course, this is a third-person character. This isn't an enemy, so later on when we do AI, we will plug that in, but we'll have it already. Cool, so that's it with our health bars. Alright, so with that said, it is time to add dodging into our Souls-like game. So the first thing that we need to do is import some animations. So let's go inside of characters, Souls, combat, and here let's right click and create a new folder and call this dodge. Great, so over here, once again, I will be leaving some animations in the description. So let's go ahead and extract them inside of Unreal and click on reset to default and select the SK mannequin for Unreal Engine 5. With that said, import all, and there we go. As you can see, we have some nice animations going on. Now we need to make sure that root motion is enabled because the movement of our dodging will be driven by root motion. So we're gonna be doing the same thing as with the movement animations. So you select all of them, right click, go to asset actions, and click on edit selection in property matrix. So again, we have this window where we can edit all the animations at once. Select all of them, root motion, enable, and that's it. In this case, we don't need any force root log or anything like that, just root motion, okay? Cool, so once again, let's also create an animation montage for each one, and now we are actually good to go, as you can see, with each animation. Alright, so let's go ahead and implement the dodging functionality itself. So let's go inside of our blueprints folder and open up BPC combat. Again, we are implementing this in our combat component, so everything is nice and organized. So let's find a nice spot over here, and the first thing we need to do is actually create an input, right, as we did with our attack and everything. So go inside of our third-person folder, input actions, right click, new input, where is it? There we go, action, IA underscore, and then this will be dodge. Once again, we don't even need to open it because it will be all by default. So you just close it, and now in our IMC, we just need to add that new input, which will be dodge, and then select this, and this will be like space, right? Save and close. So because I assigned space, I'm gonna go real quick to my third-person character blueprint, and in this jump section, I'm gonna use unplug it, okay? Because I don't want my player to jump, I want only to dodge. You can do the same thing or apply another key if you still want to jump regularly, but in my case, I want to only dodge. Alright, once again, let's go back to our BPC combat, and down over here, let's right click and add our IA underscore dodge input over here. So when we go ahead and go and start it, we want to play a montage. In this case, the montage skeleton will be from our player blueprint, and we can get the mesh and then put that out there. And then the montage to play will be our dodge, and for now let's just put the forward one, okay? Now depending if we are on strafe or not, we need to play a different animation with the direction that we're going, but we will do that a bit later. With that said, if I now actually just, you know, press play and press space, as you can see, we dodge really cool, right? Forwards, and honestly, we get a really cool thing. Also, we have a little like milliseconds at the end where the character is still and cannot move. That is really important. We have that in Souls games where it's like a little debuffer, right? We could say, I don't know how you could call it, but you know that, okay, you dodge, but At the end, you have to be careful because you're, you know, some milliseconds without being able to dodge, right? Or move in general. Now we can now just literally spam dodge, and we can like just fly through the level. So let's go ahead and create a new variable, and this will be something less, you know, like is dodging, right, or something like that. And we need to do the same thing as with our combo, which is just to make sure that we can only dodge if we are not already dodging. So get is dodging, add the not boolean, and if we are not dodging, we can go ahead and yes, indeed dodge. But first, set is dodging to true, of course, and there we go. Now on the completed or interrupted, this will be set to false, of course, and there we go. Cool. So now we have the problem of spamming the dodge button fixed. As you can see, now I cannot spam, it will wait, which is cool. But of course, now we need to apply a dodge in every direction, right? So let's go ahead and do this. Alright, so let's go ahead and open up our third-person character blueprint. And the reason that we need to open up the main third-person character is that in here we have the input, you know, movement, right, and everything like that. And from here, what we can do is get, you know, the key that we are, you know, specifically going ahead and pressing. So let's go ahead and create a new function, and this will be something as get movement direction. And from here we need an input, which in this case will be the specific input action, and this will be input action. So let's go ahead and select input action, object reference, and from here what we can do is use these query keys mapped to action, okay? Which essentially will need the get player controller, if I know how to type, and then from there we need the enhanced subsystem of the input system and plug that into action. Into target and action into action. There you go. Cool. So I just move them around, right? From here, we're gonna make a for each loop, and I'm gonna go and check for each you know, value checked if we have the key down. So get the player controller, and then is input key down. What key? Well, this one. And if so, that's the one that we are pressing, right? And we want to return it. So I'm gonna select the function node, add a new output, and this will be just the direction key. And once again, this will be a key structure. So what we can do instead is just literally put this here in true, drag that as an output, copy the name, delete it, and paste it. There we go. Nice and simple. Double click on the pin nodes to reroute them. And cool. We're good to go. So now the only thing left is to go to the event graph and write on our movement input, which is right over here, right? Let's call the get movement direction node. And as an input action, this will be this that we receive from our input node itself. And then we simply need to right click and create a variable, and this will be the direction key. Now connect this back again with our code, expand this over here, these two, move them into the left, and there we go, it's nice and organized, and then move this to the right so it fits back in, and it's like nothing happened. It came by default, right? Nice and clean. So with that said, we are gonna go and specify some variables that we need and join this with our BBC combat, okay? So what we specifically need to do is now go to our BBC combat, and first we'll check if we are in strafe movement or not, because if we are on the free movement, we are always gonna play the forward animation because our character orients to just being always forward. So right over here, right, I'm gonna make a sequence, and actually it will happen before this. So I'm gonna make some space down over here, and I'm gonna change this to be on the second pin, and the first pin, sorry, will simply just get the player blueprint, Gonna get the movement component, which is not that one, right? It's not this one. It's get character movement. There we go. This is what we want. Okay, and with that we want to get the using the desired rotation. So controller, there we go. And if so, we are on Strafe, right? So we want to do the change, make a branch. This will be here. Double click to make it reroute, and there we go. So now what we can do is get the player BP and get the movement key, or movement direction, I think it was called. And from there, not this one, I want to get the variable direction key. There you go. And from there, what I want to do is get the name, right? And we want to do a switch on string. Okay, convert this into string. This will be on true, and we want to add multiple checks over here. So we would have capital W, A, S, and D. And depending on the value we want to change, if we're going left, right, or not. So let's go ahead and go into the blueprints folder. And let's create an enumerator so this is easier. So right click, blueprint enumerator, E underscore movement direction. And right over here, let's add a new one. And this will be forward. This will be just left. This will be backward, and this will be right. With that said, save, close, and now on the BBC combat, let's create a new variable, which will be the movement direction, and this will be type E underscore movement. Wait, we have mode and direction, so this, yeah, direction. And then we want to get this, not get, but set it. So for W, it will be forward, copy paste. For A, this will be the next one, which is left. For S, it will be backward. And then finally for D, it will be to the right. Okay. So now we can use this enumerator to define what we want. Now, in the case of forward, we want to also paste it on false, right? Because if we are not using the strafe movement, it will be always false. False to forward. Okay, so right over here, what we need to do is get the movement direction and do a select. Okay, and depending on which one it is, we're gonna play a different animation or not. So this will go into montage to play. Okay, and the forward will be simply the dodge F, so it'll be F. The left will be dodge L. Backward will be dodge B, and then right is dodge R. So it's the initial, right? As you might know. With that said, we are good to go, and we actually have everything set up to be able to dodge in any direction. So first of all, if I press play, as you can see, when I dodge, it's always forward, right? The direction that the character is facing. But when I'm strafe, as you can see, I go into the direction that I'm moving, which is really cool. So there we go, we have dodging set up, which is so cool. Now I want to make one last thing, which is to quickly go to the character of the third person character, and on their camera boom lag, I want to change this to be actually 5, so it's a bit even smoother, right? As you can see, now the character is a bit even smoother, which I like a bit more. It's more like Souls-like because I realized that it's actually smoother. Alright, let's go ahead and finally begin with our AI system. So in the content browser, let's right click and create a new folder, and this will be AI. So in here, we are going to start creating the first assets that we need. So let's right click, go into the artificial intelligence section and create a blackboard. Let's call this BD underscore, and we could be like enemy AI or whatever. In this case, let's have a generic AI name, okay? Because we're gonna use this same blackboard for all of our AIs, okay? Now, a blackboard is essentially an asset that we can put in a lot of different variables that we will use inside of our behavior trees. They're called keys, and you will see how we use them later. So let's right click, go to artificial intelligence, and now create the actual behavior tree. Let's call this bt_enemy. And this will be the generic enemy behavior tree for the majority of enemies in the game. Now for our boss, we'll have a different one, which we will duplicate a bit later and change, but that's, you know, in a few more moments when we have the AI up and running, okay? So the next thing that we need to do is open up the behavior tree and make sure that under details, the blackboard asset is selected to the one that we just created, which is BD AI. Cool. Next, we need to right click and create a new blueprint class, and under all classes, we need to search for AI controller, and it will be this one over here. So just click on select, and this will be BP_AI_enemy. With that said, let's go ahead and open this new blueprint up, and in the events graph, what we're going to do is on the begin play, simply say run behavior tree, and we're gonna go ahead and specify which behavior tree, which will be this one. So this AI controller will be added into our enemy actor itself, and the enemy actor itself, the one that will be, you know, running on the world, will possess this a controller where in the begin play we'll say to run the behavior tree. So we can go ahead and make sure that the behavior tree will run from the AI controller, which is the correct place to do it, okay? With that said, we are ready to go. We just need to right click and create one more blueprint class, but in this case it will be a character, as it will be the actual enemy in the level. So let's go ahead and name this BP_enemy, and let's go ahead and apply a mesh just for now. So let's put in like many simple -89 -90, and for now we are not gonna put any animations or anything like that, okay? Then in class defaults, we're gonna search for AI, and now as you can see, if I scroll down, we can go ahead and specify what AI controller class we want. In this case, we want our one that we just created, which is BP_AI_enemy, which will run the behavior tree that we just created. Now in auto process AI, we are also gonna change it to place in world or spawned, just in case you spawn enemies later on in the game, so they actually can move around. And let's make one little, you know, change, which is to go and search for yaw, disable this, and then in the character movement component, scroll down until the rotation settings and enable orient rotation to movement. That way the enemy's rotation will be smoother by the character movement component instead of by default, okay? With that said, we are actually good to go. I'm gonna go ahead and just drag the enemy into the level, and of course when I press play, nothing happens because we don't have our behavior tree with any tasks or logic. So let's go ahead and do this right now. Alright, so now let's go inside of our behavior tree, and as you can see, we have this nice graph. So behavior trees work downwards, okay? So from up to down and from left to right, okay? So whatever is in the left, it will have a higher priority because it will essentially execute first and so on. So the first thing that I want to do once the AI behavior tree starts is to add a selector node. So this node will essentially go ahead and select between different sequences or tasks depending on some values. The values will be a bit later, okay, with our blackboard and so on. So let's go ahead and rename this to be the state selector, as we will have two different states for now. The first state that we will have will be the idle. So let's drag from here and create a sequence. Let's go ahead and rename this to be the idle sequence. And then the next sequence or state that we want to have is going to be another sequence, which is going to be the chasing sequence. And there we go. So basically this selector will decide if to go to the idle sequence / state or the chasing one, depending on some values that, again, we will add that a bit later. So with that said, in the idle sequence, we are not really going to have anything because, I mean, it's just going to be, you know, the player still until we decide what to do. So for now, it's going to be empty. And then we have the chasing, where we actually want to make the player move around and things like that. So let's go ahead and add some of the logic for chasing so we can start to see our enemy move around. So what we need to do is create a new task. So you can see that we have a nice shortcut here to create task. Let's click on it, and now inside of our AI folder, let's right click, new folder, and name it tasks. And inside of tasks, let's go ahead and rename this to be task underscore, and then we can have something as chase target. With that said, this is the new task, and we essentially apply logic and code like if it was a normal blueprint. So under functions override, we can essentially get the receive execute AI, which is basically the begin play of the task. So as soon as the task will be playing and executing over here, it will go through here. So this is the begin play, right? Now what we want to do is simply go ahead and move the actor into a target. So we can just right click, say AI move to, use this node, which is the AI move to node, and now just plug this over here, and the pawn will be the controlled pawn. Okay, that is the AI itself, or the behavior tree. And then for the target actor, we could specify a target. Now in a second, we will probably create the target actor, which will be dynamically assigned via a pawn sensing, right? So we can detect by vision with a variable and a blackboard key and everything like that. But for now, just to showcase this, I'm gonna go ahead and just say player character. Okay, so it goes until the player character, but this is just temporary until I show you guys how to make blackboard keys and everything like that. Now for the acceptance radius, let's put this to 180, which is how close it will get to the actual player. And then that's it. On success, we can add a finish execute node and mark that as success. Copy and paste this node, and on fail, we're gonna disable success, and that's it. So if it's success, we'll go here and so on, and we're good to go. So now back in our behavior tree, under the chasing sequence, I can just drag and add the chase target task that I just created, and that's pretty much it. Now when I press play, nothing will happen, even though the behavior tree is running. Why? Well, because the auto sequence is at the left and it has priority, as I mentioned. But if I was to go ahead and move the auto sequence to the right and press play, nothing still will happen. Why? Well, if I go over here, you will see that in the level there's not a very important actor, which is the nav mesh. So let's go quickly out to the project, volumes, and drag the nav mesh balance volume into the middle of the level, and then with a scale locked, let's put it to 20. So now when I go ahead and press P on my viewport, you can see that Unreal Engine has calculated all the possible paths that my AI can go and move around. And this is a critical step to create AI in Unreal. Without a nav mesh, you cannot use these nodes of AI and so on. So now you can see that he actually goes ahead and moves around, and he chases me, which is looking really nice. Now it's a bit too fast, so let's go into the enemy AI, right? So the BP enemy, the actual character in the level, right? And in the character movement component, I'm gonna set the max walk speed to be around 350. So it's a bit less than my 480 that my player character has, okay? With that said, it's a bit better. As you can see, I can kind of run away a bit better from my character, which is nice. Now you can see the camera collides with the enemy AI, so let's go quickly to the mesh, scroll down, and set the collision preset to be custom, and then in camera it will be ignore. Then the same with the capsule component, so in collision presets, set this to custom and camera to ignore. And now yes, if I close this, we're good to go. The camera doesn't overlap, and it's just working fine. So we have the phase state of our behavior tree. Now of course we need to add different things. So let's go ahead and expand our logic of AI, which is looking already pretty cool. Alright, so now let's go ahead and make that we can transition between the auto state and the chasing state, depending if our character or AI sees us. So let's go inside of our AI folder and open up our BP AI enemy. So essentially our AI controller where we run the behavior tree and so on. So in here, we're gonna add a new component, which is gonna be the pawn sensing. This component allows actors or AIs to have vision and hearing. So in this case, I only want vision for this masterclass. I don't want hearing. So let's go ahead and set the hearing threshold to 0. Then the LOS hearing threshold to also 0. And then I'm interested in the sight radius. Right now set to 5,000. Let's drop it to around 2,000 just for now to play around. The sensing interval is how frequent it will go ahead and sense pawns by vision and so on. For now 0.5 will work. Then the hearing max sound age 0, I don't want any hearing. And then all by default except hear noises, just disable that. And then the visual angle we can drop it to around 85, something like that. But you can play around with those, right? So for now this will work. So if I now go into the event section, we can see an on C pawn. So if I add this into the event graph, as you can see, whenever my AI sees a pawn, we can execute some logic and so on. In this case, what we want to do is set a blackboard key, which is a variable for behavior trees, to be true. Therefore, I can switch off states. So first of all, let's open up our BDAI, which is, as you can see, our blackboard, and we can create new keys, which are essentially variables. Okay. So in this case, I want a Boolean variable, and this will be, seeing target question mark, and that's it. Save, and we're good to go. I'm gonna go ahead and copy the name, and you will see why in a second. So also go ahead and copy the name, and I'll go back to our BBAI enemy. So right over here, what I can do is right click and get my blackboard, and it will be through this function. So as you can see, the AI controller has access to the blackboard, which is really nice. And from here, I can directly just say set key or value as. So with this node, as you can see, we can set a value for specific variable types. In this case, we are interested on a bool. So let's connect this over here, and there we go. So you might notice that we don't have a direct reference to the variables or keys in our blackboard, even if we were to cast to the class. Okay, directly we cannot say like set seeing target to true. We don't have that option. What we have instead is a universal value node for each variable type or key type, where we can essentially just find the variable by name. So from here I can say make literal name and paste the name that we just copied. And I say that to paste it because it has to be exact. If you make a very small mistake, basically your code will not work, and you will be like, why is it not working? So there we go. We can go ahead and use this node to go ahead and just enable disable variables or keys, if they're called like that, in the blackboard. So let's go ahead and make sure that this is enabled. Very important. So value type ticket. And now with that said, we are pretty much good to go. We have the variable set to true, and that's pretty much it. Now I want to go ahead and create another variable, which is going to be type of object, and this will be the target. Okay, the actual target that we want to attack. So now from here, I can once again get the blackboard and then set value as, in this case, object. So from here, I can make again a literal name, and this will be target. Make sure you spell it the same or copy it, which is more recommended. Okay, then the object value will be this one, right? Now I cannot, I can actually plug it in directly, which is cool. I thought we need to cast to object, but no, we are good to go. So there we go, we can plug that over there. So now, first of all, we go ahead and make sure that we have Boolean of seeing target enabled, and then we set the target, literally the actor that we are detecting. So it doesn't need to be the player, it could be other enemies, right? Or other types of things. So back in our behavior tree, we can put our idle back to normal. And I mean, if we do this, it has priority, so it will not move, right? Right now it's in idle. But right now, it probably saw the player. I mean, we can also just add a little print over here so we can see this, right? So print string, press play. As you can see, it prints hello at the top left of the screen, which is working. But now, it's doing this, but it's not making an impact in our behavior tree. So what we can do is essentially, for our selector, specify different values that the sequences need to have. which are called decorators. So if I right click on the auto sequence, I can add a decorator, and in this case I want a blackboard decorator because I want to add blackboard values and keys and so on. So this decorator is essentially like a little, overlay that is added on top of the sequence where I can decide different things. In this case, I add a blackboard decorator so I can set different keys, right? So in this case, the observer will be set as self. So every time that the blackboard changes and we check, it will essentially go ahead and go out of the whole sequence up into selector. And then in the key query, we want this to be is not set and scene target. So if scene target is not set, aka false, we are gonna go into this sequence. And now we're gonna do the same for our blackboard decorator of chasing sequence. Select this. This will be scene target, and in this case is set, and in the observer here it will be self, right? So this is basically just the flow control. On result change, we want to exit all of this back up. That's simply it, okay? Cool. So with that said, you will see that when I press play, the enemy sees me. Why? Well, because it sees me. As simple as that. If I go here and press play, he's an idle. And then if I go in front of him, he sees me. So everything is going ahead and working, which is super, super cool, as you can see. So we have a nice state. Now let's make one final thing, which is to go ahead and make sure that it will follow the target actor, not just my player character. So right now, if I go into the chase target task, it goes always to my player character. But no, I don't want that. Instead, what I want to do is create a new variable. And this will be the target, or target actor, better said, right? And this will be of type blackboard key selector. So not the type object, but blackboard key selector. And from there, I can get a value from a object. And that's it. So now I can plug that into here. Well, not yet, because I need to cast to actor, because this is an object, right? So plug that in between. And now, yes, I can get the final result. And that's it. Everything working just fine. So let's make sure that this is enabled with the eye icon. So in the behavior tree, I select the task, and target actor, I can select the variable, which is target. Okay, and there we go. I'm gonna go quickly to blackboard and change target to target actor. Okay, back to behavior tree, make sure that it changed. Yeah, target actor. And then very important, in our AI controller, this should be now also target actor. This is the bad thing about behavior trees and blackboard, which is just manually typing and so on. So make sure that you have the same name if you update it or whatever. All right, so now as you can see, it will still work, but instead of getting always the player character, it gets the whatever actor it saw. So if if it saw another player, it would go to the other actor and so on, which is working. So there you go. We have everything set up for our base AI, which is working just fine. All right, so now that we have the AI state set up, it is time to create the AI attack system. So let's go inside of our AI folder and open up our behavior tree. And on here, we are gonna simply create a new task. So if we go up into new task, as you can see, we have a new drop down where we can select between two tasks. The one that we just created, or the blueprint base, which is simply the normal task by default. In this case, we always want to go by default. And let's open up tasks. Rename this to task underscore sword attack. Okay, so our enemy AIs by default will do the same sword attack as us, just for now. All right, with that said, let's add under functions the receive execute AI, which, as you may remember, is the begin play of tasks essentially. And now we want to play an attack animation. So we are going to do this through interfaces, so we have everything layered and organized. So let's go into our AI folder, right click, blueprint, interface. Let's call this BPI underscore enemy or AI, whatever you prefer, honestly. BPI, there we go. Enemy. Open this up, and the first function will be sword attack. And there we go. Now we are gonna have one output, which is simply going to be the animation duration. So let's name duration and float, because we are gonna wait the duration of the animation montage to finish the task, right? So close this and open up BP enemy. So the actual actor itself, the one that has the character movement component and so on. And in class settings, in interfaces, let's add BPI enemy. And let's double click on sword attack. So in here, we would simply play the attacking animation. So like play montage, and then it will be the combo, which will be sword attack combo, and then return value for duration, which is the duration, right, of the animation. So for now, let's do this. We will also need a trace and so on, but for now, let's keep it like this. And now back in our task, we would simply just get the controlled pawn, which is the pawn of our AI, and check if it does implement the interface of BPI enemy. If it does, we're good to go. This is just done to avoid errors. And we would simply go ahead and from here also call the sword attack under BPI enemy. Let's go ahead and double click this to reroute this. And in the duration, let's make a delay. Why? Well, this is because we want to wait the duration, as I mentioned, of the animation to finish executing the task. Let's click on success and then copy and paste this here, and on false this would not be success and ticket. Okay, and there we go, we're good to go. We would play this over here. So now in BT enemy, right over here, I could simply just go and add the attack, so sword attack, and after it reaches my destination, it would go ahead and play the sword attack. And this should actually work. If I press play, it should come and nothing happens. Why? Because he doesn't have an animation blueprint. So what we need to do is right click, animation, blueprint, mannequin, and create ABP underscore, and then let's do like enemy. And this is gonna be very simple. We're gonna get our strafe movement that we created and plug this over here. And then I'm gonna create two variables, so one for direction and one for speed over here. Great. Now I want to also add the default slot. This is very important to play the montages, right? It's one of the most important parts for our attack system. And cool. So now we need to fill up the direction and speed variables. So in the event graph, we would essentially get the velocity, and then from here we'll do vector length, and then this will be the speed in the update, right? So I reframe, connect this over here, and then from the velocity we want to do a calculate direction and their utilities, and then we want to get from here and get the actor rotation, and this will be base rotation, and it was direction, and there we go. It will give us the direction, so just plug it here and we're good to go. So now in our BP enemy, so the one that has the mesh and everything, I would fill up the enemy blueprint, and there we go. So he moves around and attacks, so everything's working. As soon as he finishes, he should go ahead and go back into our attacks and everything like that. So everything is gonna have working right now. Of course, it's very bare bones. He's very intelligent. I mean, he's making the whole combo and things like that. But for now, is going ahead and working right for with everything of our attack system. So cool. All right, so now let's go ahead and set up the sword trace as we did with our player. So right now, when we attack with a player, we have the sword trace, as you can see, for our montage. So let's do exactly the same thing with our AI. So let's go inside of our AI folder and open up the BP enemy. And let's go and also open up under blueprints our BBC combat. And what I am going to simply do is to go under sword traces and copy this block, which is going to be exactly the same. Now in BP enemy, I'm going to go into the events graph, delete all of this and paste this over here. Compile, and we're good to go. We just need one little variable, create sword damage, and set this to be around 5 for now, okay? Very important. And we have another error, which is of course the sword start traits and so on. So what I'm going to do is go to the third person character blueprint, and let's copy the sword and the 2 positions. So Ctrl C, go to enemy under mesh, Ctrl V, drag it inside the mesh, and now this two under sword, and in sword reset, and then the hand our sword will be here, and there we go. Now the positions are broken, so let's go into here, get the start, and then right click and copy, or left shift and right click, and then on here paste it, and let's do the same for the end, copy and paste. There we go, nice and neat. Let's put it as 1, so it's a bit bigger, and that's it. So now in the event graph, we would simply get the start to be this one, and the end to the end to be this one. And now we could delete all this, and that's it. We are good to go. So now we just need to go to the class settings and add the damage interface. Double click on begin, and now we don't need the custom event. We can directly just plug it into the interface event because we don't have any, you know, actor components or anything like that. Then the end would be the end, and delete this one. All right, so this should actually work. If I now press play, he should, there we go, execute that, and he's actually dealing me damage. So because we're building this Souls-like game very efficiently, modular and so on, everything just works by just linking things. You know what I'm saying? So there we go, like the whole thing is just working and stuff, which is cool. Right, of course. And he makes the whole combo way better. He only made one animation, but we can, you know, play around with that in a second. But essentially we have damage going on, which is one of the important things, which is really cool. So there we go. Alright, so now let's go ahead and set up the stat system for our AIs and also the health bar. So right now, if I go ahead and press play and target lock into him, there we go. We can go here and start to attack, but of course we don't deal damage in him, he will not die. So let's select the enemy and open this up with Ctrl E. And over here, what I'm going to do is add the stats component. And right over here we can set the health, so we can say like 20 for now, so it's like easier to kill whatever. And the max health at, you know, like 50. This is like 30 and 50, right? And then what we are going to do is add a begin play. Okay, at the begin play we'll get the stats and set the health progress bar to be this, which we'll still need to create a UI in a second. And then we also need to get the any damage event, right? And get the BPC stats and do the increase value. And we will do exactly the same with the player, so health, and then multiply by -1, so it's negative the value. Awesome. There we go. So now we actually created a, so you can see, UI for the enemy health bar before. So we can simply go here, go to widget, and under the class it's gonna be the enemy, and it's a bit too big, so I'm gonna paste it over here, and it's gonna be like 200. Okay, we cannot actually do this. Okay, for now let's do that 500 and put this to be screen. And then on the event graph we could get the widget. We need to get the widget class component, and then we need to cast to enemy. Okay, now BBI enemy, but the WB enemy. Okay, and this will be before. And now from here we can get the health bar. Now make sure that the health bar is set as variable in here. So I selected, make sure it's set as variable. Alright, so now when I press play we have this huge health bar. And so okay, so let's also change the target lock collision for him, but it's working. As you can see, there we go, it worked, but he doesn't die. So on here we need to make sure to add the BPI damage. Oh, it's already here, and die. And on die we're gonna do a very similar thing, which would simply just be disable movement, and then get the mesh and do set simulate physics. So he will ragdoll to the floor, and we just need to go to mesh, scroll down to the collision settings, and this will be on on collision enabled current physics, okay? And then we need to make sure this is spawn and visibility is set to block, okay? So we can dissect better. And there we go. We can now go and attack him, and he will die, and everything works. So in the enemy health bar, this is a bit too big. I think that what I can do is just Ctrl X this, delete, Ctrl V. We just have the health bar, set this to desired, and compile, go back to the enemy, and on widget, I'm gonna set this to world so I can preview it, and then change this. So this will be like 30 or 20 or 10 or 5, right? And this would like 200 or 100, and then this over here, and then this to screen, and now it should be way smaller, and there we go, it's like way better. And there we go, everything is going ahead and working. I can go ahead and kill the guy, and all the health works, which is super cool. Now let's make one little thing in the AI, so let's open it once again, and let's create an is dead variable, and we will only do the trace if we are not dead. Okay, so let's add a not boolean here, and if we are not dead, we will do the trace, right? Because now he was attacking while he was dead, and then on dead we will set it to true. And there you go, we have the health system set up for our player and enemy, which is cool. Alright, so let's go ahead and finally begin with our boss AI. So let's enter inside of our AI folder, and what we're going to do is duplicate the enemy behavior tree. And this will be the enemy underscore boss, or boss, whatever you prefer. In this case, I'm going to do just boss, and there we go. So we're going to slightly modify this behavior tree to have some more attacks and so on. Okay, so it's gonna be pretty similar, right? So we are gonna mainly play around with the chasing sequence over here. Okay, so what I want to do is simply disconnect right now the sword attack, and I'm gonna add another sequence, and this will be the attack sequence. Okay, so every time that he reaches us or the target, he will begin a new attack sequence. So instead of having just a simple attack, he will have a whole sequence of attacks. The first one will be the regular sword attack. Okay, but we'll leave that for now. And then we want another set of attack right now, okay, which will be the big attack. And I'll build this in a way where you can add whatever amount of attacks in the sequence you want. So let's create a new task, blueprint base tasks, task underscore big attack. Okay, so the previous one was sword attack, this will be big attack, okay, for our boss. So under functions, receive execute AI, and we will do pretty much the same that we did with our sword attack. So I'm gonna be honest and simply just copy pretty much everything. Okay, paste this, connect this to here, connect this here, and then instead of sword attack, it will be a new one. So I'm gonna go into the AI folder and open up BBI enemy and create big attack, and once again the output will be of duration for our float. Now once again in big attack, we would simply do big attack instead of sword attack, and connect this here and this here, and that's it. We're good to go. In the boss, I can just add the big attack on here. Now I want to wait a couple of seconds, right? Basically milliseconds pretty much. So let's add a wait node, which comes by default, and let's put the wait time to be around 0.5, and then we have the other attack, and then we'll also wait around 0.8 seconds. This will give the player an actual kind of sequence to learn, because Souls-like games are about learning the boss, sequences of attacks and things like that. And by this sequence and layering out some waiting rooms and so on, we can create that sensation and that ability. So there we go. So now let's actually implement the big attack itself, because right now nothing will really happen because, well, the function is empty. So let's go inside of content, blueprints, actually AI, enemy, and under interfaces, let's add the big attack. So under big attack, it will be a bit different than sword attack, but similar. So I'm gonna copy this, paste this, and this will simply be the big attack, which is, okay, we need to import the animation, right? So let's go into characters, souls, combat, and let's import it right here. So once again, I will leave it in the description. Let's get big attack and drag it, reset to default, mannequin for Unreal Engine 5, import, and there we go. We have the big attack, which is this kind of slam, right? So let's go ahead and create a montage, and now we can use it in the enemy. So enemy, plug the montage here, big attack, and there we go. We're good to go. So now, if I was to drag in a boss, it will work. But still, you might notice that we don't have a boss blueprint. We just have the enemy, but a separate behavior tree. So what we're going to do is right-click on the BP enemy and create a child blueprint class. And this will be BP enemy underscore boss. And that way, we don't need to implement all the code once again or change it every time that we change it for the enemy. We just can change specific values. For example, the mesh will be way bigger, like 2 or something like that, right? Now, of course, we will change the characters a bit later in the masterclass, okay? So don't worry about that. Cool. So we can also change the stats to have like, 300 health by default and all of these things. We can get the widget and make it a bit taller. Now, I want to mention that we'll create a separate widget for our boss, which will be always in display like big in our UI. So this is kind of provisional. And with that said, we are actually pretty much good to go. If I was to drag the enemy boss, yeah, the enemy boss, but it's running the other, right? As you can see, behavior tree. It isn't getting still the boss behavior tree. So what we are going to do is go to the enemy boss over here, and I'm gonna open up the enemy here, and I'm gonna right click and promote the BT asset, right? So the behavior tree on the BP AI enemy to be the behavior tree, and let's make sure this is exposed, or the eye icon. And now what I can do is right click and create a child, and this will be underscore boss. And now inside of here, I can change the behavior tree to be boss. And then on the enemy boss, I can go to class defaults, AI, and the controller will be boss instead. And because it's a child, every a line of code will be copied essentially. And you can see that now, there we go, he makes that attack, which looks pretty cool. And of course, we still need to play with the timers and everything like that, but the thing is going ahead and working. So let's make the sphere trace that will happen when he slams to the floor. So under blueprints, I'm gonna create a new blueprint class, and this will be another anim notify. But in this case, the slam is only one time. So instead of using a notify state, which has a begin and an end, it's gonna be only any notify, so executing once. So this will be BP underscore notify underscore and then point damage, and open this up. So under functions, it will be on received notify, that's the begin play of the notify, and we would simply just get the owner and then do a does implement interface. If it does implement the damage interface, we continue, otherwise we don't. Like this, and then in here we simply go into the damage interface and create the point damage trace. We don't need any inputs or outputs, but now over here we simply get this and do the point damage trace. Connect this over here, there we go. And there we go, nice and simple. So now in the montage for character, souls, combat, big attack, at the point where it slams, we can call it. So it'll be like right over here in the notify strike, add notify point damage, and there we go. And now we simply need to go to AI and open up the BP enemy. So it's always going to be in the parent, and on the interface we have the big attack, which is this one. But we also need the point damage trace. Cool. So right over here we need to put in all the code. So we're gonna make it very straightforward, and we're gonna get the sphere trace for objects as we usually did. Then we're gonna do a new point, which is gonna be the area. So let's do an arrow, and this will be the point trace pause. And I'm gonna put it like around here, okay? So then I can get this point and get the world location. I'm gonna do like a explosion there, essentially, right? Then I can get the world rotation, and then get the forward vector, and then simply just first of all multiply this by a value, right click to a float, so it's a nice number. What value can this be? Well, actually it doesn't really matter because we are gonna do it like a sphere. So actually we could literally get from the location, because we don't need to actually go forward. It's just a circle, right? So then as a radius we get like 150, and the object type could be like make array, and this can be like a pawn, right? Because we want to detect pawns, and the for duration can be like 1 little second, right? So we can preview it, and that's it, right? And actually it will work. So let's create a variable. This will be like the point attack radius. Okay, make sure that it's 150. And now let me go ahead and delete both of them and just leave the boss, right? So he comes, he does his first attack, and then he would do the second one. And he got cut for some strange reason because I interrupted his attack. Let me check. Yeah, so he's not finishing the whole attack. So let's take a look at this over here, right? Let's do one thing too. He's getting too close to the character, right? So let's open up the task of the chase target, and under acceptor radius, let's make this a new variable and click the eye icon. So now on boss, I can change this to be like 300, so he will not get too close to me, right? Essentially. And now on BP enemy, we have big attack and the sword attack. So oh, we need to plug in the duration. That was happening. Okay, so we forgot to plug in the duration, so he was finishing the task before he finished the animation. But now it's actually a bit better, and he should execute that attack. And there you go. So we don't see still the little thing, right? Essentially the radius. So in the Venn graph over here, we have this for duration and this point trace. So we look at it under the boss point. Okay, it's basically in here, so we need to elevate it a bit. Okay. Alright, so I found the error. So we need to go to the notify, and on here we need to essentially delete the check of the branch. Okay, we directly are gonna go ahead and do it because the actual actor doesn't have it. It's the it's a child class. So that's why we're getting that. So they should be get owner, okay, and that's pretty much it. So now you will see that actually he will go ahead and execute the small radius, and boom, there we go. He applies damage and everything like that, right? So we just got left to go to enemy, make a little branch over here, get the break hit result, and the hit actor, and do an apply damage, and whatever damage we want. For now, let's put like 10, right? And there we go. Now also let's go ahead and move the AI folder to be inside of blueprints, so it's nice and organized, and we just have nothing here. So let's delete this, and delete this. Okay. Yeah, so this is typical Unreal behavior. Let's click on update references. And now we should delete it. There we go. Cool. So now we have our boss going on, which is cool, with all the attacks, which is nice. So we just need to, you know, go ahead and change the characters and so on. Alright, so now it is time to add our characters into our Souls-like games. So the first one will be Kwang from the Paragon game from Unreal Engine. It's totally free from Epic Games. I will link it in the description, so just go ahead and get it on the marketplace. Now, if you want to get another character, that's up to you. You can go ahead and do so, but I'm gonna be using this character. The second one that I'm gonna be using is gonna be Paragon Grux for the boss, which is super cool, comes with really nice animations, so I'm gonna go ahead and use this one. Alright, so once you have added your characters into your Epic Games library, we just need to import them into our project. So let's begin with Kwang. Just click on add to project and then go ahead and search your project and add it. If you don't see, just click on show projects just to make sure. So just click on add to project and just simply wait a few seconds. And there we go. Now let's do exactly the same thing with Grux. Just add to project and add this into our project. And just wait a couple of seconds and there we go. Okay, so with our characters imported, let's go ahead and replace the Kwang character. So you can see that we have a new folder for Grux and Kwang, and under Kwang, characters, heroes, Kwang, and meshes, we have all these skeleton meshes. So we have a couple of variations. For example, we have Rosewood, which I really like, and is the one that I am going to use for this tutorial. So what we're going to do is make sure that we change the character. So let's go into third person blueprints, open up third person character blueprint, go to the viewport, select the mesh, and then change the skeleton mesh asset into Kwang. But when we do this, so for example, let me select Kwang Rosewood, you can see that the character is totally off, right? It isn't working just fine. This is because the skeletons are slightly different, and we can simply just use the mesh of Kwang on the animation blueprint of Quinn. So let's go ahead and Ctrl Z to go back into our mesh, and what we need to do instead is a real-time retarder. A real-time retarder will simply retard the animations of Mannequin to Kwang in real time as we play the game. This means that we don't have to individually go ahead and retard all the animations that we built for Mannequin into Kwang. We only have to do it for an animation blueprint, and it will do it automatically in real time. So for this, make sure that you are in Unreal Engine 5.4, because this process will be way easier, as you will see right now. So let's go into third person, content, characters, mannequins, animations, many, and let's just click on any animation, for example idle. And here is right click and select retard animations. And as I just mentioned, this option is only available in 5.4. Otherwise, you would need to do this manually, which takes more time and more effort, but I have a tutorial on that if you want to check it. But I recommend to use 5.4 so it's easier. So let's click on retard animations, and this window will pop up. So the source will be Mannequin and the target will be Kwang. And you can select any type of Kwang, they will have the same skeleton. So in my case, let me select Rosewood, for example, and then we have this option to export retard as. If I click on this, I have the option to retarget the rig and create an auto retarder. So if I go and open up the Kwang folder, characters, and over here just right click any folder, I can add the rig and export this over here. Close, and there we go. It automatically went ahead and created a IK rig for both characters with all the roots, spine, head, neck, you know, right hand, and all this stuff, and also the actual retarder. So all the animations you can see are being retarded in real time. So this means that now under here, what I can do is right click animation and create a new animation blueprint, select the Kwang skeleton, create, and call this ABP_Kwang. Open this up, and over here simply use this node, which is the retarded pose from mesh. So yeah, we don't need to go ahead and also create of the animation blueprint again, we can simply use this node, and this node, what we will do is get the parent attached as a component and copy the animations. Now we need to plug in the retarder that we will use, which in this case will be auto-generated. Now I don't want this to be named auto-generated, so go back here and rename it to RTG underscore mannequin underscore to underscore and then Quan. And now yes, this has been renamed and we're good to go. Compile and save. So now what we can do is close this, and back in our third person character, select our mesh and add a child skeleton mesh. So again, make sure it's a child. Let's rename this to Quan and assign the skeleton mesh asset to be Quan. In my case, like I mentioned, I'm gonna be using rosewood. And then simply in the name class, let's go ahead and select Quan. And as you can see, all the animations are matching correctly and it's not broken. Now make sure that the location and rotation is just 000 and the skill is 111. With that said, we can compile, save, and press play. As you can see, all the animations are being copied in real time, right? Which is super cool. Now let's make sure that the mannequin will disappear from there. So let's select the main mesh, go to details, search for visibility, and disable visible. If I compile and press play, you can see that it will not longer work. This is because when Unreal Engine sets the visibility to 0, it simply doesn't update all of the bones because it doesn't need, it's not rendering. But we can actually change this under optimization, visibility based and name tick option, from always tick pose to always tick pose and refresh bones. And now if we compile and press play, you can see that it will go ahead and animate back again, but we don't have the mannequin and it's working just fine. And there we go, we have our player character in place with all animations like it was, which is super cool. Okay, so now let's do the same, but with our AI boss. So let's go ahead and open up the blueprints folder, AI, and open up ABP enemy boss. And now over here, what we can do is go to the viewport, select the mesh, and first of all, set the scale back to 1 in all of the axes. And now just go to skeleton mesh and change this to be our groups. And in this case, I like the default 1. And there we go. Now as you can see, it's completely broken because we're using the other name class. The same issue as before, right? But in this case, we are gonna do it, a bit different. We are actually gonna be using the animations from Grooks because they simply are cooler, and they, Paragon comes with a lot of them. So here, let's select none, compile just for now, and now of course we have Grooks over here, but he isn't moving or anything like that. Now I want him to be a bit bigger, so we can put him to be, maybe 2 even. I think it's a cool scale. We can play around with the scale in a moment, but what we need to do is essentially create a new animation blueprint for Grooks. So if I go to content, Grooks, characters, heroes, Grooks, and animations, you see that we have a lot of different animations. And the best part is that under blend spaces, we have a whole base hero locomotion blend space with, strafe animations in all directions, which we can use. So let's go into characters, and over here, let's right click animation and create a new animation blueprint. And this will be under Grooks, create, and this will be ABP underscore Grooks. Alright, so now what we're going to do is simply do one thing. We just right click and create a new state machine. Let's call this Locomotion. And drag from here at a default slot so we can play animation montages and connect this. So we're doing this in a nice state machine so everything is organized. So let's double click on Locomotion and let's add a new state. And the first one will be idle, where we are in idle. So let's double click on here and search for idle. And we need to find the idle of Grooks. In this case, I believe is this one. So let's drag and drag. And now make sure to select idle, scroll down, and enable loop animation. This is very important. There we go, we have a nice idle animation for Grooks. So now from here, let's drag and create another state. And in this case, this will be the blend space. So over here, we can simply just double click And now we can find the blank space. So let's press Ctrl space to open up the content drawer. And now on the Grooks folder, characters, heroes, Grooks, animations, we can go to blank spaces and drag base hero locomotion BS, which is the first one that has all of these Strafe animations. Drag this over here. And now we can simply right click and create a new variable for speed. And right click and create another variable for direction, which is the same as we did with the player. So now we just need to go to Locomotion, and over here we need to create the state transition. So first of all, let's make another transition back to idle, and now let's set the values. So from this top transition from idle to blank spaces, that I'll click to open, and this will be if speed is greater or equal, then let's say like 0.1. And now in Locomotion, in the other transition from blank space to idle, double click, and if speed is essentially less or equal than 0. And now we have all of the animation blueprint done. So we can close, go back to content, blueprints, AI, and open up enemy boss, viewport, select the mesh, and now simply select the name class to be Grooks. And there we go. So now he will actually go ahead and not animate, because we're missing one thing in the animation blueprint. Let's go back here, click on browse, and then open up the animation blueprint. And now under event graph, we need to get the owner in the update and simply get the velocity. From there, we're gonna simply just do a vector length and then get the speed, set it, and connect this over here. Then from the velocity, let's do the calculate direction, and then from the owner, let's get the actor rotation and plug this over here. And then let's get the direction set and plug it here once again in the update after speed. And now yes, the values would update, and he comes to me. Now he's playing totally bugged animations, as you can see. It looks hilarious. This is simply because we are using the animations from the mannequin still. So we are going to be changing the animations over here. Let's go to content, blueprints, AI, and let's open up BP enemy, which is the parent class. And over here under sword attack, instead of directly selecting it from here, let's right click and make this a variable. And this will be the sword attack animation, or montage, better said. And now with that, we can simply just put this over here and make sure that it's exposed. Compile and save. Now we're gonna do the same thing with big attack. Just right click, promote variable. This will be big attack montage, expose, compile and save, close. Go back to the enemy, also close the animation blueprint. And now we go to class defaults. We can scroll down and we will see the animation variables over there. So we can change them from here. So in this case, we're gonna be using a different one from the sword attack, which is gonna be primary attack underscore LA underscore montage, and it's gonna be this one for Grooks. I found this one which looks pretty cool. Then for the big attack, we're gonna retarget the animation for mannequin to Grooks. So let's go to here, go to content, characters, souls, combat, and right over here we have the big attack. So let's right click on this, go to retarget animations. In the target skeleton mesh, let's search for Grooks and select either of these ones. So for example, the first one. And now here, let's search for big attack once again. Select this one, double click. And now as you can see, they're copied perfectly fine. Click on export animations. And now let's find Polygon Grooks, characters, heroes, Grooks, animations. Export, export, close this window. And there we go. Right click, create montage, and now let's double click on the montage to open this up. And let's find the spot where we slam, which will be around here. And in the notify strike, right click, add notify, and it'll be the point damage that we created. Save and close. Now let's open up the other primary attack animation. So let's click on browse, double click on this, make sure you have open exactly this one, and now let's go ahead and find the part where we want to apply damage around here. Notifies, right click, notify state this time, and it will be the notified damage. And now let's find the end position, will be around here, drag it until the end, and that's it. During this small seconds, the damage will be added. Cool. So now if I press play, as you can see, he will actually play those animations, but not yet. So right now it is a bit broken because we still need to go to the enemy boss and change the big attack to be the other big attack. Search big attack and it'll be the montage. There we go. And now if I press play, you will see that it will not play any animation except the other one. So one of them are playing. The thing is that the primary attacks, let's go back to the montage, has another default slot. So if I click on slot, go to slot name, I need to add the default slot, which is the one that we use in the animation blooper. And now, yes, if I press play, you can see that he will play that animation and everything is simply just fine, looking really good. So we'll play with the times and everything in a second, but essentially it's working. Now you can see that these traces for the sword attack are not working. This is due to the position on the hand, and things like that. So let's go to enemy bosses. You can see we have the start and end pause for our sword. Well, in this case, we're gonna play around with this, and you simply get the animation. So in this case, let's see if he makes a, yeah, so he's using his left hand, as you can see. So for the sword, let's scroll up and change the parent socket, which we can't. So what I'm going to do instead is go to blueprints, AI, enemy, and I'm gonna simply just go and make sure that those are duplicates and those are on the mesh. So let's go ahead and get this over here, and I'm not gonna duplicate. What I'm going to do is simply just put this to be more in position, right? So right now this is using the alt socket, which is broken, and because it's a child we cannot really change it, but we can add another one. Now we cannot really rearrange things either, which is just awful, right? It's just how it works. So we are gonna do one little thing, which is go ahead and just go to the mesh, add a new component. This will be arrow, this will be boss, start, sword, trace, pause, and now here let's go ahead and find the left hand. But actually I believe that there's a bone for his weapon or whatever this is. So if I actually select the mesh, go to browse, open the skeleton up, you see that if I scroll down to his left hand, right, which is this, we actually should have a weapon. So let me go ahead and just put this over here, scroll down, should be like weapon. There we go. So we have one for the weapon, as you can see, which is this one. So let's use that instead. Go back to the enemy boss, close enemy, and now on the sword, find weapon L, right, because it's the left one. Perfect position there. Duplicate this, get the one out, and this will be end. And now you simply also make sure that this is on weapon, and then simply disable the real time, make sure that this is in local space, and move this up onto here, and that's it. Also, let's move it a bit up here in the start, and this should be just fine. Great. Let's enable real time again. Everything works. So now what we can do is open up the blueprints folder, AI enemy, And let's go to the event graph. And as you can see, we have the point trace post. This works just fine, but for this we're using the start and the end. And what we need to do is simply just change these variables. So what I'm going to do is simply create a location of, these points. So let's create a new variable, and this will be start sword trace boss. And let me add boss at the start just to make sure this is from the boss. Let me change this to be a vector, duplicate this, and just name this to be end. And now what we can do is simply get this and get this, right? And we need to simply decide which one we use. There's a few options. We have the select vector, for example, depending on a boolean, and we can simply just right click, promote variable, and this will be is boss. So if it's the boss, we will use this, and if it's the other one, we will use this. Connect that to the start, and reorder this a bit. There we go, and put this over here, and there we go. And let's do exactly the same thing. So select vector, this will be a boolean, we will use the is boss, and simply plug this over here, and this will be here, and just reorder this, and then connect this to the end, and there we go. This should work just fine depending if we are the boss or the other one. We should choose one vector or the other. So in enemy boss, in defaults, you just need to make sure that is boss is enabled. And now what we need to do is go to the event graph, and after the begin play and the parent begin play, I'm gonna simply just set the start pause, scroll down, and set the boss start position trace, the variable that we just created vector, and then also set and pause, and it will be this one. And now I'm gonna get the boss start, get the world location, plug that to there, and then get the other one, which is the end, and get the world location and plug that into here. And there we go. Now this should be filled in. So if I press play, so you can see it goes through those points, which is that. But of course, it's not hitting me, right? Because it's pretty small. So let's go to enemy and make sure that this radius in the damage traces is a variable, which I can change. So let's right click. Remember, this is 25 by default. Promote to variable, and this should be like sword attack radius compile, by default 25. Go to the boss class defaults, scroll down, and instead of being 25, this will be 250. Now let's do the same with the point attack. So on here, this, oh, we already have it. Nice, which is 150. So it should be, yeah, oh, okay, it's here too. Yeah, so 150 will work. Nice. So actually now this should be way bigger, and we hit the player, as you can see, when we do the attack, right? Depending on the distance. And of course you can play around with the positioning and all of this. And right now, I think we need to make it even a bit bigger, or what I prefer to do, which is to simply get the started pause and, you know, kind of drop it a bit down, right? So around here, and also for the end. So make sure that, you know, it will hit the player because it's lower. There we go. Now, as you can see, it's 10 times better with a big difference. There we go. Now we need to do one small thing, which is to make sure that if you dodge while that, you don't receive any damage. Okay. Now let's make sure that also is a bit lower. And I'm gonna make it a bit bigger in class defaults to around 300. Okay, so we're gonna do one simple thing, which is go to the combat, which should be around, actually no, yeah, third person. And you can see that we have the event any damage. So we will only do this if in the BPC combat we get the dodging, we get the S dodging, right? And this is not Boolean. And that way we will only apply damage if we are not dodging. And that way when we dodge, we don't receive any damage. We have that like invisibility frames, right, from the animation, which is really cool. So you can see it works. If I dodge, and you can create an notify state to specify only some places of the animation, not everything, right? Right, as you can see, also I'm colliding with the with the character, right, of the enemy boss. So I'm enemy boss in the mesh, scroll down and make sure that visibility is enabled. Pawn not, okay, let's disable visibility, and this should actually be good. So now we can still hit him and everything, but we don't, you know, go on top of him or anything like that, which is important. And also on the boss, as you can see, the collider is very small, so make sure to scroll up and make the radius a bit bigger. I guess around like 80 or 120 even. Now it's a bit better, right? And there we go. We're having a really cool character, and the default movement has to be a bit higher. So in the character movement, let's scroll down to walk speed, and it will be 550. Why 550? Well, if we go to the mesh, open up heroes, crooks, animations, blend spaces, you can see that the max is 550, so the animations are designed for that speed, and it looks a bit better. And there you go, everything is going ahead and working. So now we just need one thing to create the UI for the boss health bar and so on. So let's go inside of the UI folder, go to player health, duplicate this, rename it to be boss health, and open this up. This will be a bit different, so I'm gonna select the health bar, change the anchor to be at the bottom center, and then simply get the position X and Y to be 0, 0. Put the alignment on X to be 0.5, and then get the position Y and just move it up around here. So minus 150, I think will be pretty nice. And let's get the size X and put it to be around 800 or even 1000, I think, to make it feel like a boss fight, right? Or 900, I think is a good number. We can play around with this. And then let's also go get a text, put it also at the anchor of the bottom center, 0.5 in X or X 0, and then increase this, put it at the center, and change under font the font size to be around like 10, and change it to be centered, maybe like 15. There we go, 15 works. And then just put it over here, and this should work. There we go. So I'm gonna go ahead and change this to be on bold italic, and we can put boss, right? And of course this name would change, but there we go. So make sure the health bar and the text is a variable, so we can change the name. This will be boss name text. Well, we can put, yeah, boss name text will work, and then compound save, and that's it. So now we simply need to make sure that when you go to the boss fight, right, we create that UI and everything like that. So let's go to blueprints, AI, and open up the enemy boss, and let's do a small thing here. So first of all, let's go to the enemy, and you can see that we have the, okay, yeah, actually the pawn C is in the AI controller, and there's not really good communication between those. So let's make it better. Let's go to the boss, add a new component, and this will be a collision, and specifically a sphere collision. This will be trigger area, or use boss trigger, And let's make this a bit bigger, around 2000. Maybe that's a bit too much, 1200. I think that's a bit better. And now let's simply go scroll down, make sure this is set as overlap all dynamic. And on the begin play, let's add this begin play and overlap. I meant this over here. In the other actor, let's just cast to the third person character, just to make sure it's that character. And now what we can do is simply get the sequence over here and create a widget. And in this case, the widget would be the boss health. Okay, then I can just right click, create this as a variable, which will be boss health widget, and get from here and add it to the viewport. And now when I press play, you can see that we have the boss at the bottom. But of course, we need to update all of this. So what we need to do is set this as the health bar that we need to update. So I believe that we could get the stats component from here. So BPC stats. And I'm gonna wait until next tick, so that the one in the parent is filled up, and I update it from here. So then I set the progress bar, and this should simply be boss health widget get health bar, and plug this here. And then widget should have the visibility disabled, so I don't see it on the head. Use over here, and there we go. It updates, as you can see. At the beginning, it did not update because we need to go to the UI, boss health, and let's put this to be at 1. And now you will not notice that at the beginning it doesn't update. And there we go. As you can see, the boss health is working just fine, which is really cool. And we can go ahead and, you know, kill the boss and everything like that, which is really nice. Alright, so let's go ahead and add the damage effects as sounds and a little, you know, Niagara or cascade effect. So in this case, first of all, let's begin by importing the sounds and playing a little sound. So let's right click on the content browser and create a new folder, and let's call this audio. And here let's right click and create another folder, which will be sounds. And now over here I will link to different sounds that we can use to drag them and use them. Awesome. So right now we have this and this. The swing, we cannot really hear it, more damage, so we will fix this in a second. Alright, so we only have one audio clip, and if we were to play the same one all the time, it would be very repetitive and just sound cheap. So because we don't have different variations, what we can do is dynamically change the pitch every time that we played to have a randomized sound and make it feel smoother. So let's right click, go to audio, and create a meta sound. Let's call this ms_damage and open this up. So here in the input, let's play a wave player 1.0 mono, select damage, connect output mono to here, and on finish to here. And now for the pitch, let's get a random float and connect this at the beginning. Let's set this to be -2 and 1, and on source put the volume to be 5, so it's way louder. And on attenuation, just create a new one. So over here under audio, let's right click and create an audio sound attenuation, SA_character. Let's set the minimum to be 200, maximum 3000. So basically this will make the audio in 3D. So depending on distance, you hear it, you know, louder or quieter. So now back in the meta sound, let's just assign the attenuation, and that's it. You can see it improved this so much. Let's duplicate this and rename it. Well, nah, sorry, it's not the attenuation, but the ms damage, and this will be ms swing. Open up ms swing, select swing as the sound, which will be this one, and then let's go ahead and make sure that this is around -3 and 1, and the volume of 3 or 4. Alright. Now we can close this and let's begin just adding the swing real quick to the player character. Let's go to content, character, souls, combat, and then we have over here the sword attack combo. And what we can do is find the place. Now it's better to do it in the montage. So in here let's add a new track, which will be sounds. And let's get one swing over here. Right click, add notify, play sound. Select ms underscore swing. And that's it. Copy this and paste this over here. And copy and paste. And there we go. Nice. So now let's go ahead and implement this over here. So first of all, let's go to the damage of the player into other characters. Let's go to blueprints and open up BBC combat. And right over here we have the sword traces and so on. So before the delay, let's make some space and let's go ahead and just drag from here and say play sound at location. The location will be the location of the impact. Double click to reroute this. Select here the ms underscore damage. And that's it. Now from here we need to add some specific, kind of blood effects. So from here let's drag and say spawn emitter at location. And this one will be one called crux underscore magma. Now there's a few of them. We want the melee impact, I believe. So let's select this one. The location will be the same one essentially. Double click reroute. And the rotation and scale will be by default. And you just put this on auto release to pull. And that's it. So now if I actually go here and attack, you can see some effects, which is super cool. Nice. So now let's do the same for when our AI hits us. But instead of doing this in the AI blueprint, we're gonna go close this and open up a third-person character blueprint. And when we receive damage, we will add it over here. So let's go over here until the end. And right where we set the max walk speed to 0, I'm gonna simply use pretty much copy the same thing that we had actually on the BBC combat. So let's open it real quick. Get these two nodes, copy them, go here, paste them, connect this up here. Now make sure that this is in the direct executable of the montage, so we are not waiting or anything like that. And then let's plug in the location to be the get actor location, because I mean, if I, as the player receive damage, it will be my location. And then that's it. So we're good to go. So if I go ahead and just make sure that he hits me, as you can see, it's working just fine. Cool, so we are actually improving a lot the hit effects, which is really, really nice. Okay, so now let's go ahead and improve the boss fight by adding some crux sounds. So we go actually into the crux folder, go to characters, heroes, crux. We can find a folder for sounds, and we can go into sound waves, and we have some, kind of him shouting.
Ha! No! Forward chop! Take this!
So overall, let's get a few of them and make him that he's kind of screaming, right? So let's go to content, audio, sounds, right click, go to audio and create a sound cube. Let's name this SC underscore and then crux. Man, like, attack or something. So on here, let's press Ctrl space to open up the content drawer. Go to crux, sounds, waves, and let's get the first ones over here. It doesn't really matter. You can take a look at all the other millions of sounds, but these ones are pretty nice, when he attacks, right? It's pretty nice. Drag this over here. Let's get a random one and a few inputs. Connect this over here. And connect this, go to sound attenuation, put this to be characters in 3D, and there we go. Working just fine. So now we can simply go to content and we can apply the attack animation. Now it could be on the attack animation as you mentioned, or it can be as blueprint, right? You can choose whatever you prefer. In my case, I'm gonna simply do it in the blueprint so I can have it also for the enemy for later on. So let's go to blueprints, AI, open up enemy, go to sword attack, and let's move the return value here, and let's simply drag from here and say play sound at location. Let's go ahead and get the current actor location, and then let's get the SC underscore Grooks attack. That's it. Go ahead and copy these 2 nodes, and now go to the big attack and make some space and paste it in. Alright, so now
No!
there we go. It's just so much better. Cool. So now we have Grooks going ahead and screaming, right? Alright, and now let's go ahead and enhance this even more by adding some stomps, as we have a very strong and powerful boss fight. So let's go into the audio folder, sounds, and let's import these sounds. Now I want to mention that this specific stomp sounds, I cannot redistribute them, so just make sure to find yourself some other stomp sounds. I tried to find some of them without having license and so on, but I couldn't find them, so you know, just have a look, you should find them. Anyway, drag him into the sprite, and let's do the same with the Grooks attack, as we have different variations. We can right click, go to audio and create a sound cue, SC underscore stomps, open this up, and this should be control space control tower audio sound, get the 4 stomps, random, connect this, attenuation, and the volume. Yeah, for now this will work. And now with that, we need to simply put them in the walking animation. So let's go to the Grooks, characters, heroes, Grooks, animations folder, blend spaces, and you can see that if I open this up, we have a lot of animation. You're probably wondering, oh my god, we need to add manually footsteps for all the animations. Well, really our character will always be facing the direction which is going for our boss for now, right? So we're not gonna play the forward animation. So actually, if I go ahead and open up the forward animation, that should be good enough. So this is run underscore forward. So if I scroll down, I can find it over here. So it's run forward, and I can simply search it and open the sequence up. And now I can use zoom in, right? Go to notifies, rename this to be sounds. And then on here, this will be 1 stomp over here. Right click, add play sound, SC stomp here, 1 here, and 1 here, and it's working just fine. If I press play, it will work. As you can see now, it's pretty too loud. Let's go to sounds, open up the sound cue, put this to be like 0.3. There we go, even 0.5. And let's make one thing, which is also when he does his attack, right at the ground, the big attack, we will also play a little sound of stomp. So let's go to the blueprints folder, AI, open up enemy, and in the event graph, the enemy blueprint. In event graph, let's go ahead and just find the point trace, and right at the end, let's do a play sound at location. It will be the SC stomps. The location will be the location here, and that's it. Now let's do also one thing, which is to play a camera shake, right? When he goes ahead and makes his big stomp over here. So what we're going to do is go and create a new blueprint. Right click, blueprint class, expand all classes and search for camera shake. Let's select the legacy camera shake and click on select BP underscore camera shake underscore attack. And now over here, let's fill in some values. So we have some parameters over here. First of all, the oscillation duration, let's put this to be around 0.4. We can leave everything by default, and let's open up the location oscillation, so we move them around in the screen, right? So let's open X, Y, and Z. For the amplitude, let's put in around 8 for X and put a frequency of 50, and the initial offset be at 0. Then for the amplitude of Y, let's put like 5, frequency of 50, and then leave this in random. And then for Z, amplitude of 50, sorry, not 55, and then here 5 on frequency, leave this at random, and that should do. So now an enemy, I can, after the stomp, just do a play world camera shake node and connect the epicenter to be here in the location. Double click to make a route node. The inner radius 0, the max radius like 2000, and select the new one, which is attack. Now you can see that when I go here and make it attack, there we go, we play a little camera shake, which just adds so much, honestly. It adds so much. And of course we can add more camera shakes for like hitting events, things like that, but you can customize this as you want, but this improves it so much. Now one thing is that when he does his second attack and I'm not in front, nothing happens. Because in the AI folder, enemy blueprint, we only do this if we actually hit something, not if we don't hit something. So I'm actually gonna make a sequence over here and move these two little things there. And then what I'm going to do is simply disconnect the location and so on, delete these two things, and get the point trace pose, which I have, which is a nice approximation of where the impact is, right? So let's put this over here, put this over here. And also I want to play a little effect, right? Because right now it's a bit bland too. So there's like not a hit. So let's do a spawn system, sorry, emitter at location because it's cascade. And this should be something as impact, and it's gonna be shockwave. And let's plug this also here. Auto release. Okay, maybe the effect is floating because it's a bit up. Let's see. It's good. It works just fine. It works just fine. So cool, we have that done, which is nice. Okay, so with that done, it is time to introduce stamina into our project. Right now we only have one stat, which is health, and we are gonna add the typical stamina bar for Elden Ring and so on, right? So let's go inside of our UI folder and we're gonna rename the player health to be _main stats. Open this up, and now we're gonna simply just select the health bar, duplicate it, name it stamina bar, and then for the position on X, let's put 30, and Y around 60, and then on size X it will be like 300, and that's pretty much it. Then let's also go ahead and change the color to be green, which is the color of stamina in at least Elden Ring. So around here, okay, and there we go. We can play around with the color. I think that looks pretty good, so we're good to go. Alright, so just make sure that the stamina bar has also the is variable set and you have renamed it. So now let's go back into our blueprints folder and open up BBC stats. And over here, let's go ahead and create a new variable, which will be stamina. Let's set this to be a float. And let's create another variable, which will be max stamina. Okay, so let's compile, select the stamina, and now what we need to do is set a default value. Let's say that we will start with 100 stamina, and the max stamina will be also 100. So now what we're going to do is on the increase value function that we have over here, let's just make also the logic to be able to increase or decrease stamina. So as you can see, we have the switch over here where we get an enumerator stats and we can change of logic depending on the stat. So in this case we only have one of health, so let's add one of stamina. So go to the content browser and double click to open up the eStat. Add a new enumerator and this will be stamina. Let's go ahead and save and close. So now as you can see, we have a new output over here. If you don't see it, just compile. And let's go ahead and just drag from there and do pretty much the same thing. And an easier version to do this is just to, you know, copy this notes over here, paste them, connect this stamina into here, connect value into here, and overall just position this in a better place around here, and then just delete, plug this here and plug this here. It's gonna be better. Reroute again. There we go. Nice and straightforward. Now of course we need to change this to be stamina, so let's get stamina and drag it on top of the health variable. As you can see, it updates the stamina. Let's do the same with this one, and then max stamina to max health, and there we go. So with that said, we of course need to update the widget. So what we are going to do is go to the event graph, and right below our set health progress bar custom event, let's right click and create another custom event, and it will essentially do the same thing. So this will be set stamina progress bar, and what I'm going to do is get the health progress bar duplicated, and this will be the stamina progress bar. Drag it, set it, plug it in here, and then drag this to make a new input and leave the name by default. Okay, so now in the increase value function, we can simply, you know, get the stamina progress bar dragged as a get, right click and convert to validate get. So after we set the stamina and we update the value, we will check if it's valid, and if so, what we can do is drag from here and say set % with the function. And now with that, we simply just get the current stamina and divide this by the max stamina to get a value between 0 and 1, as you may know for progress bars. And that's pretty much it. This will work, but of course we cannot really see it because we need to make sure that our stamina will regain and also decrease when we dodge or attack. So first of all, let's set up the regain. So in the event graph, let's go up here and add a begin play. And what we're going to do is make a new loop where it will constantly try to regain the stamina if we can. So let's drag on here and say set timer by event, and then simply just get the event, drag and say a custom event, and this will be regain stamina. So this is the same approach that we used for our sword traces, where we repeat a custom event every so often. So this will be 0.1 seconds and in looping, so it'll be very smooth. And then we're gonna simply just get the increase value function, set it to be stamina with this nice drop down, and the value will be whatever you want, in this case like 0.1 or whatever. And there we go. Now we might not always want to do this, right? But first let's go ahead and check it out. So let's go ahead and put the stamina to be by default at 80. Compile, press play. As you can see now, the stamina still doesn't fill in because we haven't called the custom event of set stamina progress bar in the player. So now back in our third person character blueprint, we're gonna go up into the begin play, and we're gonna simply just get the BPC stats and say set stamina progress bar, and it's gonna be the same that we did with the health. Just get the HUD widget, get the WB underscore player health, which is no longer the player health. We'll update this in a second, and then get the stamina bar. Plug this here, expand this, and now yes, you can see that it regains very smoothly. Now yes, Unreal was covering with a pop-up, but you still got it. So now in UI, let's go real quick to the HUD, and I'm gonna rename this to be the main stats. There we go. Nice and simple. So now we got the stamina regaining, but of course we want to also make sure that it decreases when we attack or dodge. So first of all, let's go ahead and make sure that it will not happen when we're dodging or things like that. So let's create a new variable and say regain stamina. Let's change this to a boolean, and from here we can just say if this is true with a branch. by default. Let's go ahead and select this, compile, and set it to true. So we will start the game with this enabled. Now we can close this, and navigate into our blueprints folder and open up BBC Combat. So in here, as you can see, we have, for example, the dodging, right? Which first of all, I just need to make a comment. I'm gonna spell this correctly. Dodging, there we go. And now, simply need to go ahead and make sure that we enable or disable that variable. So what we can do is simply, when we start to play the montage, we go ahead and get the player blueprint, and then get the stats component. And then from there, we can simply set regain stamina. And I'm gonna plug this into the first sequence output of the montage, okay? So not uncompleted or anything like that, just in this one. And then, once the animation has completed, gonna copy and paste this, enable this, and then yeah, plug that into here, right? So go ahead and set it back to true when the dodging is completed or interrupted. Very important, okay? So make sure again that interrupted is always plugged in into whatever there is in completed. And of course, make sure to enable this and disable this here. Nice. So now we need to do pretty much the same thing. I'm gonna copy the notes for our attack. So in the attack, we want to go ahead and just make sure that when we start the attack, we'll paste this in and simply go ahead and regain stamina. It will be false. And then when it's completed, we want to get regain stamina and set it to true. And make sure that everything is in place. We might need a bit more spacing, but for now, this is nicely squeezed in. So, with that said, this works, but of course, that means that, you know, when we dodge, it will stop regaining stamina and then continue, things like that, but the stamina doesn't decrease. So, apart from disabling the regain stamina, we need to get the BPC stats. This is on the attack montage, right? As soon as we start playing the montage, we will get the BPC stats and do the, you know, increment value or increase value, whatever we had. And from there, simply select stamina and put a negative value, so it subtracts instead, and then like, you know, 10 or something, whatever you can, you know, decide. You can play around. So let's copy this node, scroll down until we see dodging, and as you can see, this is the first sequence where we set to false. So I'm gonna just paste this in, plug this over here, and make sure it's stamina, and then instead of -10, it will be like -25 for dodging, so it's a bit more, you know, of a big thing. Now make sure to also connect the BPC stats component into the target over here. Alright, so now as you can see, when I dodge or things like that, the stamina decreases, or also when I attack. But of course, you can see in the attacks, because it's a combo, it only decreases for the first attack, not the whole combo. So one thing that we want to do is to also go into the combo, and you see the notify begin, which is essentially where we go ahead and start the montage or continue and things like that. So what we want to do is connect this, you know, true approach after we set combo to false to be the increased value. Now make sure that this is organized, because it's a bit of a mess already, but there we go. And now it will also decrease the value for every single attack, not just for the first one, which is important. With that said, we want to do one last thing, which is to make sure that we have enough stamina to dodge or attack or things like that, right? So over here, we're gonna just add an AND node over here, and we're gonna check if we are not currently attacking, and the player BP get stats component and get the current stamina is bigger or equal than, in this case, we would need what? 10 of stamina. So if it's equal or bigger than 10, we can go ahead and attack, otherwise we can't. So let's go ahead and copy this couple nodes, including the AND, and do the same with the dodging. So you paste this over here, connect this here, and connect the AND here. And now we would essentially go ahead and just check if we also have enough stamina, but in this case it's not 10, it is 25, so this should be 25. Nice. So now, you know, I mean, this would work. I'm gonna experiment with this, and I should not be able to attack anymore on here. There we go. I cannot attack, and then when it fills up to 10, I can. So everything is working just fine, and we have a working stamina system in the game, which is really cool. Alright, so with that done, it is time to begin with the inventory system. Now, I want to mention that we're gonna make a simple inventory system for this tutorial, and it's gonna only cover the 4 slots that are always in Souls-like games. So we will not cover the whole inventory system where you can, you know, go ahead and collect a lot of items, display all the details, and so on. But if you want to see an extension of this project, let me know down in the comments. Alright, so with that said, let's go inside of the UI folder and just right click, use interface, and create a new widget blueprint, and this will be a user widget. Let's call this WB_inventory slots, or whatever you prefer. So this will be the ones that are, you know, at the bottom left of the corner of the screen. So first of all, let's go to the palette and drag in a canvas panel into the hierarchy, so we can start to place our UI, and then we need to start to place this kind of slots. So what we're going to do is get the border, drag it into the canvas panel, and let's get the anchor to be at the bottom left of the screen, and then we can start to play around with position. So for example, this could be like 100. We could put the position Y to be like -200. The size X could be like 100, and the Y will be like 150. So it's like, you know, kind of vertically, like in Souls-like games. And then the alignment, of course, 0.5, so it's centered, and pretty much like that. So we can play around with this. It could be maybe -190, but you can really like play around. I think I like this positioning. So now let's go ahead and make sure to rename this to slot 1. And now let's also go to the brush color and set this to be a bit darker around this, and put the alpha to maybe around 0.8, so it looks a bit better for now. Nice. So now let's also get an image and drag it inside of the slot. So now we have here the icon. So let's rename this to icon 1, and let's make sure that this will extend and fill horizontally and vertically. Let's also go to the image size under brush appearance and set the X and Y to be 80 and 80, and there we go. Now let's also put in a simple brush image, so for example this one, just so we have a little, you know, preview. And let's actually change this to be centered, and there we go. We have the first slot created. So now we simply need to duplicate this, rename it to be the slot 2 and icon 2. And now I'm gonna select this slot 2 and simply move it around. So first of all, for the Y position, this will be -190, and then for the X, I want to move it around this distance, so around 350, 340, kind of like that. Then let's make sure that this is named as icon 2, good, and duplicate it one more time. This will be slot 3 and icon 3. And now we are gonna simply just get the position X to be kind of in between, and also the Y to also be kind of in between, okay? So this will be around here, there we go. Just play around. So -110, let's do, oh, there we go. And duplicate this slot, this will be 4, icon 4. And let's get for, okay, simply just do 220. Yeah, 223, 24, yeah, 224, I think it's better. Copy this here, and then the position Y, just increase it around here. And there we go, we have these slots created, which is pretty nice. Make sure that they're all named correctly. And now I'm gonna select the main slots and make sure that is variable is ticked. So we can go ahead and have them as variables so we can, you know, edit them and so on. Actually, we won't want the slots, so you select them again, disable is variable. We want the icons, which I think that they already have is variable, yeah, because of course we want to update the icon itself, not the whole slot. So there we go, sorry about that. Okay, so now with that said, we just need to implement the logic to, you know, change them around and so on, right? For example, you know, when we equip a weapon, it will be on this slot or whatever we want. So let's go into the graph, delete the pre-construct, the event tick, and in pre-construct we'll simply get all of the icons. So icon 1, 2, 3, and 4. And now simply go and say make array, and then add a few more pings, and we will add all of these icons into array, which will promote to variable, and this will simply be icons. So this means that when this widget is created, all of the list of icons are in an icon array. So now again, I'm gonna just create a new custom event, and this will be set slot. So with this over here, I want to add a few inputs. So let's go ahead and add a new input. The first one is gonna be the slot index. So in this case, it's gonna be an integer, and it will be the specific slot that we want to refer to right in the array. Then we want to add another input, and this will be the item name. Now we'll not really use it, it's optional, so I'm not gonna be adding it, but we will, you know, want to display the name later on, whatever you could. But for now, I'm gonna just pass the icon, and this icon will be a texture to the object reference. Alright, so with that said, what I want to do is simply get the icons array and get a copy, and then I'm gonna get the index and I'm gonna subtract it by 1, because as you may remember, arrays go from 0 to 1, right? Or well, 0 to whatever last index, right? So it's not from 1, so that's why I'm subtracting by 1. And then from here we can set the texture from brush, and then the texture will be the icon, and double click to route, and that's it. We're good to go. If we were to call this set slot custom event, we could update the specific icon of the specific index that we want with the whatever texture we want, which is cool. So now let's make sure that we can go ahead and equip things. But I'm also gonna go ahead and just make sure that, for example, this other one is like a potion and so on. So let's now go ahead and import some icons that we will need, and also create a simple pickup system for some of the items that we will use. Alright, so let's get started by importing some icons. So let's go to UI, icons, and I will leave as always these icons so you can download them in the description. Just go ahead and drag them into the content browser over here in the icons folder, and there we go. So I want to mention that I am only gonna create a interaction system for the weapons, okay? So I'm not gonna be making that you can pick up potions. I'm gonna just leave some default potions that is gonna be always there. I can change from the widget. Now, the system that we're gonna build for our weapons, pickup, and so on will also work for the heal. So then in your free time, you can extend the sprite and customize as you want by making sure that you can also pick up potions and so on. So let's go ahead and open up the inventory slots widget, and let's make sure that this slot over here is always going to be for potions, right? So let's select the icon 3, go into the image and search for heal, or whatever you named your icon, and there we go. Now as you can see, this changed the image size, so just make sure that it's back on 80 and 80 with all of them, okay? Cool. So now we have a nice potion there, and let's also go ahead and make sure that you could equip a weapon. Now I want to make sure that by default you don't have any weapon equipped, but then when you pick it up, yes. So let's go inside the third person cat blueprints, and I'm gonna select the sword and set the static mesh to be clear. and now I don't have this one. Now, as you can see, we still have a sword from our, you know, kind of character, we could say, right? So let's also go ahead and make sure that this sword will disable. So what we can do is go to the event graph, and in the begin play, we can simply get Quang, and then we can say hide bone by name. And in this case, the name will be under the skeleton, and it should be something as weapon. So if I search for weapon, we have weapon R, and it's basically this. So let me copy the name, which is this, go here and paste it in. Compile, and then when I press play, you can see that we don't have the weapon in the hand, right? Which is really, really important. So with that said, let's go into the event graph, and we'll create a new custom event to equip weapons. So right click, custom event, and this will be equip weapon. And on here, we will simply get the sword, and then set the static mesh to whatever static mesh we need. But of course, right now we don't have any reference to a database or whatever of items and weapons, but let's go ahead and do so. Now in this case, I am gonna take a different approach from the data tables, which I usually do, and I'm gonna be using the new asset, data asset. That's not new, I just said new because it's new in my community, let's say. I haven't teached it before. So let's go into the content browser, go to blueprints, and on here let's right click, create a new folder, have things organized, and let's call this weapons. So over here let's right click and create a new blueprint class, and under all classes let's search for asset, and then we have the primary data asset over here. So let's select this and name this DA for data asset underscore weapon. So this is very similar to a structure, a struct for data tables and so on, but instead we have like a blueprint, right? So we would do the same thing as we would do with a structure, which is add the variables. So add a new one. The first one will be the name. Let's put this to be a string. Then I would want to have the, you know, damage. So this will be a float. And then for example, the icon. So let's put this to be a texture 2D. Object reference. And then a static mesh. Or yeah, model, whatever you want to name it. Static mesh. And there you go. So with that said, we have the properties that I want my weapons to have, which is really cool. So now that I have the data asset, I can just right click, go to miscellaneous, and create a data asset. And now I can select the DA weapon that I created. So this would be something as DA underscore dagger, which is my default weapon, and we'll go filling all the values as you can see, like it was a data table, but for only the dagger, which is really nice. So this will be dagger, the damage will be around 10 for now, the icon will be the dagger that I imported, you can go ahead and find yours as well, and the static mesh will be also my dagger. And there we go, everything is working just fine. Now let me add one little thing, which is going to be the socket, and it's gonna be a string, just in case you want to have multiple weapons with different sockets. And the socket for this, if I go to third person sword, is hand R sword. So let me copy this and paste it in. Nice. So with that said, we have the dagger set up, and you can simply duplicate this data asset to create whatever amount of weapons you want. Now let me also rename this to be BP underscore DA, so I know this is the original blueprint, right? And with that said, let's create a blueprint for an actor that will be in the level, which will be the item that we can pick up. But before, let's actually go ahead and implement the logic for equipping the weapon in the third person as we were doing. So let's go to content, third person blueprints, third person cast blueprint, and on here let's add a new input. And we would essentially receive the weapon data. And this will be DA weapon, so BPDA weapon, and then from here we could get the static mesh variable that we created as a parameter, right? And then we can also get the socket variable and get the sort once again and do attach component to component, and this will be on snap to target. The parent will be the mesh, so it plugs into the mesh, and the socket node will be this one. So it will simply go ahead and make sure that it would, snap to any socket in our mesh. So with that said, we are actually good to go. If I was to call this, it will work. But we need to do one thing, which is to also update that slot in the UI. So what I need to do is go to the UI folder and open up HUD. And then here in the palette, search for inventory and drag it on the canvas. Select inventory slots, set the anchor to be full screen while holding left control. There we go. So now what we can do is go back to here, and after we attach the component, we can just get the HUD widget, get the inventory slots, and then use the set slot custom event that we created. And now in here, what we can do is specify which slot. I think it was 3 or 4. I'm not sure. I will see in a second. And then the icon will be, well, the icon variable. So I would get from here icon and plug it here. And of course, I would go and reroute this to be something like this. And there we go. We have it nice and organized. So now it is just time to go ahead and create that pick cable that we can pick up. And now I'm gonna make a pick cable, but you could interpret this as you want. You could pick it up from a chest, an enemy that dies, whatever you want. It's just an example, okay? So let's go to blueprints, weapons, right click, create a new blueprint class. And this will be a type actor as it will use place in the world. BP underscore weapon, it will be called. And you could get like weapon pick cable. And then let's add a component, which will be a static mesh. And we could put one by default. But in this case, I'm gonna leave it empty because we will actually fill this in a second in the construction script. So it's currently variable. This will be weapon data. And this will be of type DA weapon, which will be BP DA weapon. Compile, and now as you can see, we can select what weapon we want. So for example, DA dagger, right? And let's make this expose and instance editable so we can see it from outside. So now in the construction script, I could get the static mesh and set the static mesh to be the one in my data asset. And there we go. And the construction script essentially executes also in the viewport, so you can see it's already filled it in. Now I'm gonna make the weapons a bit bigger and move this up. Nice. So now I can go ahead and see this on the ground, which is really nice. But of course, right now I cannot still, pick it up. Let's also just make sure this guy is always a bit more further away from me. Okay, so with that said, we want to make sure that you can pick it up. So let's go here, static mesh, and make sure that this has, block all dynamic, so we can detect it, right? Very important visibility. And we're gonna also just go ahead and create a collision, specifically a sphere collision. And this will be the pickup trigger. And let's make this a bit bigger, so around like 50. Move it up, and gonna just add the begin overlap. And if the actor entering is the player, so cast the third person character, I want to go ahead and equip it. So equip weapon. But I want to do it a bit more efficiently, and instead of casting, let me go ahead and create an interface. So let's go ahead and enter in the weapons folder for blueprint, right click, blueprint, interface, and this will be BPI interact, and this will be pickup weapon. And let's compile and just add an output, which will be the weapon data. I want to access the weapon data, and this will be BP underscore DA weapon object reference, compile, save, and close. So now what I can do is check if it does implement the interface that I just created, which is interact. And if it does, that means that it is a player or something similar that we can interact with. So then we can simply get from here and do the pick up weapon. And you simply put this over here. Now, I actually messed this up, and it's not an output, it should be an input. So let's just delete this over here, go real quick to the interact interface like this, add an input, and delete this one, weapon data, BP underscore DA, weapon object reference. There you go. So now yes, we can get from here and do the pickup weapon, and now we have the input where we can pass on the weapon data. Nice. So now the player will receive the weapon data of this, and we will also destroy this actor. Okay, with that said, I'm just gonna go ahead and just select the static mesh and disable the collision, because now we have it on the trigger, which will pick it up automatically, right? And of course, you could change the system. You can make it that it will not, you know, pick it up automatically. Instead, pressing the E key, whatever you prefer. But we're not gonna do like this, right? So now in the third-person character blueprint, we need to go into class settings, and we need to add the interact interface. And now under interfaces, I can double-click on pick a weapon, and I will simply just connect this into here and switch it up. And there we go. So if I now was to go over this, you can see I pick it up, right? So let me show you guys again. I have it now in my hand, and I have it in my slot. Let me play again. There you go. It's working just fine. Let me also put it to be in front of the player instead. It's working just fine. But the thing is that when I press play, by default, I can attack without any sword. So let's go ahead and make one little thing, which is to make sure that we have a weapon equipped. So back in third person, let's add a new variable. It will be weapon equipped, question mark. And instantly, the first thing that we'll do is set this to be true. Okay, and by default will be false because I want the sword to be disabled, right? As you can see with the static mesh. So then, let me open up the combat actor component, and under attack, I want to add another condition to the end. Okay, so add another pin, which will be accessing the player and say weapon equipped. And if so, I can attack. So there's a few rules to attack, right? As you can see. Nice. So let me put this over here and put this over here. And there we go. So now by default, I cannot attack. I'm clicking, but if I get the weapon, I can end it, which is really, really cool. So yeah, we can now go ahead and pick up weapons, which is really, really nice. Now let's add a little sound when we pick it up as a last thing. So let's do like before we destroy the actor, of course. Play sound at location, and we have a few of them. Let's get the click on sound for now and just do get actor location. And I think there's actually pickup sound. Yeah, let's get pickup and just put the intonation to be this and the volume around 0.8. And now it's a bit better. There we go. It's a nice feeling. There we go. So we have a inventory system working. All right, so let's do one of the last things, which is to make sure that you could use your, heal potion and actually heal up. So let's go inside of the Paragon Quang folder, characters, heroes, Quang animations, and let's use this cast animation, which is simply like, moving his arms up, and we can use it like, he's taking a potion or something, right? So we need to use this for the mannequin, not Quang, as you may remember. So let's right click and click on retard animations. Once again, you need to be in 504 for this. So in target, this will be mannequin, and it will be SK Mani Simple, for example. And now let's search for cast, select this, and as you can see, it's working just fine. So this will be export animations, characters, souls, and this should be used under combat. Well, use souls, okay? In the root folder of those. There you go. And now let's right click and create an animation montage. And with that said, we can simply go to content, third person blueprints, open this up. And over here, we could create a new input, right? So first of all, let me comment this to be pick up weapon. There we go. And then let's go to the third person inputs folder and right click and create a new input action. This will be ia_heal. And gonna leave it by default. Open up the IMC, add a new input, and this will be heal. And the key will be whatever you want. In my case, I'm gonna do Q just for now, okay? Alright, so with that said, we would simply just go and add here the ia_heal. And yes, I'm gonna do this in third person character, okay? So from there in the startup, we will simply use play montage, which will be montage. And this will be the mesh. And the montage will be the heal, which I think is cast. Yeah, we might need to change the name. So this will be heal. And this will be the, you know, heal montage. Nice. So now on here, let's go in heal montage and we'll add a notify. So I don't want the heal to begin at the beginning, I want to do here, right? So around here, I'm gonna right click, add notify, montage notify, save and close. And now in the notify begin, I want to get the stats component and do an increase value and connect this over here. And then this will be health and the value will be like, you know, 20 health. Imagine you can play around with the value, right? And that's pretty much it. So that way you could go ahead and use seal. As simple as that. Nothing crazy. Now I'm gonna do one thing, which is to make sure that the character kind of moves when he heals. So I'm gonna set the max walk speed directly when you start to be 0. And then on the uncompleted or interrupted, I'll put it back to 480 with, I think it was that, right? Yeah, 480. And there we go. So this means that now the player character can go ahead and heal up. So if I press Q, as you can see, I'm healing the player. I begin with 80, I heal up, which is cool. Now we need to add a little sound for this. So in the notify begin, let's just do a play sound at location. And the sound could be anything. There's some things here that we could use. We could use that one even. Or that one, right? There's a lot of the Goog sounds. You can also import your own sounds, but in this case I think we should have here a few of them that we can use. We have teleport, we have this one. I think that teleport mode entered, it's just super good. Also there's the play enter play, which I think is better. So from here, let's do get actor location, and we're gonna simply just add an attenuation, which will be as a character, so it plays in 3D. And now we can also play a little effect. So we could do spawn system, sorry, not system, but emitter, because we're using cascade. Add to the location, and this would be, well, there's a lot of opportunities here. So let me take a look. Okay, so let's use this Grooks knockup. I spawn the location here and put auto release over here. And that's it. Now when we heal, we have this really nice animation and effect, which is cool. And it feels like we are going ahead and healing, which is very nice. Now what I recommend to do is to also go to the input IMC and add the inputs for your gamepad, right? As it's a bit more appropriate for Souls games. But I'm gonna leave that for you because you can do that and customize that as you want. Alright, so now let's go ahead and make that our AI enemy, not the boss, but the simple enemy, also has a different mesh, because right now it's also, you know, very boring, but you know, it looks pretty cool, right? So also, as you can see, I can go ahead and kill him and everything just works fine. It's really cool. Alright, so let's go ahead and just open up the BP enemy, and I'm gonna simply use the same mesh of the player but with a different skin or variation, or whatever you want to call it, for the purpose of this tutorial. Of course, if you have more assets in the marketplace that you can import, you can use the exact same process that, you know, we used for the player and so on to change the character. But in my case, I'm gonna go to mesh, add another skeleton mesh, and this would be like the, you know, enemy itself, I don't know. And then I'm gonna go ahead and find Quang, and we have a few options. I'm gonna go with sunrise maybe, or I think it has to be like darker, right? I mean, it has to be like one of those skeletons there. Yeah, I think the albino will work. So let's put him here, and then I'm gonna select the Quang animation blueprint, and everything will just synchronize, which is nice. Make sure it has no collision. Select on the mesh, go to visibility, always take pose and refresh bones, and disable visible. And now, yes, there you go. And it looks pretty cool. Honestly, you cannot really like know that it's the player. Now he has this big sword, so I'm gonna do the same thing that I did for the player, which is to go inside of the third person blueprint, go to the begin play, and copy these two nodes, which is to hide the bone of the sword. So on the enemy, I'm gonna go to the event graph, and over here I'm gonna get this and do this over here, and this will be enemy. And I'm only gonna do this if it's visible. So, well, it's okay. I was referring to the, you know, boss, which now we have it, but what we can simply do is the next thing. So right now we have, where is the enemy over here? So we can simply use disable visibility, compile, and we should be good to go. But on the mesh, we should have Grooks. So this happens, it's really just a bug in the engine. So I need to go to asset actions, reload, and also make sure that Grooks is selected once again, and then search for visibility, make sure it's enabled, because of course we would disable it, right? And now he's back to normal, and the boss will work fine, and the enemy too. So there we go, everything is just fine, which is really nice. Alright, it is finally time to introduce our Souls-like game into an environment. In my case, I am going to be using the fantasy castle environment from Lertis Studios. Now, Lertis Studios is amazing. I have collabed with them many times in the past, bringing you the best asset and bundle deals out there. So right now they have this castle which looks absolutely amazing and will fit in just right with our project. I'm gonna leave it in the description just in case we want to check it out. And of course, you could use any other environment that you want. I can leave some alternatives here on the screen, but overall, I'm gonna be using this one because I think it's just perfect. And here it is, I just opened the project. Now, I had to create a new project. As you may know, with some marketplace assets, instead of directly adding into one existing project, I have to go ahead and create another one. And this is what happened. So just in case this happens to you and you can't directly add the asset environment into your project from the Epic Games Launcher, what we can do is manually migrate the assets. Now I say manually, but this is actually pretty much autopilot because it's super easy and it takes literally like 2 clicks. So what we're going to do is go into our Souls-like project, the one that we have all the logic and so on, and I'm gonna go into the third person folder, maps, and select the third person map that we have right now. Now make sure to drag in also the boss AI. And once we have the game mode in the world settings with our player character, we have the both enemy AIs, we have the sword in the map which we can pick up, and so on. Unreal will automatically go ahead and migrate everything that makes all of this, so including animations and everything like that, and blueprints and stuff. So if I go to third person maps and right click on the third person map, I can go to asset actions and migrate this level. And as you can see, as I just mentioned, Unreal Engine will automatically detect all the dependencies, so all of the other blueprints, animations, meshes, materials, and everything that make all of these. So let's go ahead and click on OK, and just leave everything by default. And now let's find the folder that we want to migrate to. In my case, it's this one, and make sure to enter in the content folder of your new environment project. And now with that, we can just click on select and wait a couple of seconds, and all the assets for our Souls-like game will be migrated into the other project. And we don't need to do anything. We need to go ahead and export the materials, import them again, and all that stuff. Unreal Engine has this really cool system which will automatically do all of this. And after a few seconds, it crashed, but don't worry, because it actually went ahead and imported everything. So if it crashes, don't worry, because it actually successfully migrated everything. So now in the actual project, we can go to world settings and select the third person game mode, right, which is the Souls-like game. And now I can also go here and add a player start. So I'm gonna go to quickly add to the project, all classes, search for player start, and drag it over here. And I'm gonna go ahead and just put this in position around here, and then put it at the level, and there we go. As you can see, now we can walk around with our character and everything works. I can also go ahead and get the weapon pick cable, leave it here. I can pick it up and I can attack, and also I can go, for example, into this last room over here and drag my boss AI, and everything will just work, which is very, very nice. Now, of course, we need to add the navigation mesh and everything, but I'll cover this in a second. But the important thing is that we have everything in our big environment. Okay, cool. So one thing that I want to change is that if I go to, for example, play from here and start to walk in the castle, the player character is a bit dark, and that's okay. But you might not know this, but in Souls games, the characters usually like glow slightly, and I don't know, they have this unique effect. So let's go ahead and replicate that. So we're gonna go into characters, Souls, and right over here, let's right click and create a new material, and this will be m_glow. All right, so let's open this up. So in here, the first thing that we're going to change is the blend mode. Instead of being opaque, this will be translucent. And now what we can do is change and play around with the opacity and emissive color. So first of all, let's make that the opacity is around 0.3, as we want this to be a slight glow that is like, only making our character visible. And then we want to simply add a Fresnel node. So we can use this one over here, and this will automatically go ahead and detect the borders of our model. And then we can simply multiply this by around 1.5 and plug that into the emissive color, which will give it some brightness, and this is actually what is gonna make it glow. Okay, and with that said, we're good to go. We have a small glow. Now you're probably wondering, wait, how do we add this material into another material? That doesn't make any sense, Gorka. Well, what we can do is add an override material. So if I go into my third person character blueprint and go to viewport and select the mesh, I can go into the details, search for override, and okay, so it's actually overlay, not override, but overlay material, and I can go ahead and add my glow, and nothing happens. Why? Well, this is because we actually don't need to do it in the mesh because it's actually invisible. We need to do it for Quang, which is the actual mesh that is visible. We need to have these things in mind, right? Now, yes, we can go into the overlay material and apply the glow, and this will happen. Now, it doesn't look very nice, you might ask, right? But in game it does, and we get that pretty much exact effect of Souls games where they have a slight glow appearing on them, as you can see, and it's pretty cool. Now, of course, you can play around with the values. You can increase the multiplier value to get a bigger glow, etc. But overall, it's looking pretty nice. And now I want to showcase this part because I want this to be the boss fight area, and it's one of the areas that you saw in the introduction of the video at the very beginning, right? Now I'm gonna customize this a bit because it's a bit too small for a boss fight. So what I am going to do is remove these stairs over here, and this might not apply for you because you don't have maybe this exact environment. If you do, you could follow this. If you don't and you have a similar one, maybe, but overall it's just getting the concepts that you can edit also marketplace assets to be however you want without you being a 3D artist. For example, here I want this to be without the stairs and overall make it bigger, right? So I can just go here and start to delete the stairs, simple like this. Also these ramps, nothing crazy. Make sure to select the torches, things like that, right? If you have in your level, and slowly we get rid of everything. And now what we can do is simply fill in this missing gap over here. Doesn't need to be exact. And then I can get this wall, put over here, and as you can see, expand this slightly. Doesn't really matter. And there we go. We don't have any stairs. And now I can get this kind of barricade or whatever this could be and just move it to the back because I want to have a bit more space, and it looks a bit better in the back. And I can make it a bit more random so it looks more natural, which is important. I'm gonna get these others and put them over here, and overall make this in a better way. I'm gonna get also some planks over here, if I know how to click. I'm selecting the floor and just move them a bit over here so they're more sparsed out in this new area, because in here there were only some stairs, but now it's empty floor. But if I move some of these planks, we cover that emptiness, right? If you get what I mean. And it looks a bit nicer. It doesn't need to be exact. As you can see, I'm not like a 3D artist or anything like that, but I made sure that this looks a bit nicer. Okay, now I'm gonna also get this torch and move it to the center, and then move it to here, and also here, for example. And as you can see, now we have some illumination over there. I'm gonna get this and just shrink it. It doesn't really matter, people are not gonna notice this. And I'm gonna get this barrels and move them a bit so I have more of a boss fight area, right? Because maybe the player, in Souls-like games you move around a lot in 360, because you're dodging the attacks. The boss fight turns to always face you, and you're with the target locked. So again, while you dodge, you spin around, and that's important because otherwise it will go ahead and just get stuck in level parts. So we need to make sure that this is around here, and there we go. As you can see, the level is looking way nicer. Like overall is better for the boss fight. So I'm gonna also select him and put him at the back, right? So you enter in the room and it's like, okay, he's at a distance while they're watching you, right? And it's looking pretty cool. And one thing that I want to do is add some illumination over here because it's a bit too dark. It's good, but I like a bit of illumination over there in general. So what I'm going to do is go to the quickly add to the project section, lights, and add a rect light, which is like a squared light, we could say. And I'm gonna play around with the values over here. So I'm gonna change the intensity to be around 50, and I can change the color to be more like, you know, of a torch. Now what I can do intelligently is select one of the torches and get the point light and simply copy the hex linear, go back to my rect light over here and paste it. And now we have the light of torches, which is way nice, right? Then the detonation rate is put like 3000, a bit better. And then for the source width, you know, use max 1000 and height. And overall, we have this area which is better. There we go. Kind of like this overall in the middle, and we get a bit of lighting, you know, and I like this. So now when I press play, as you can see, it's slightly better. There's a bit more lighting. Also, there's some details here floating. So this is the foliage. Okay, so what I need to do is first of all move this guy over here and save my sprite, and then go to foliage mode. That's like this, and then just with shift, not paint. Okay, delete everything, and there we go. Cool. So now we can put this back over here, and we have this really nice area with the boss fight. Now right now he can't move. Why? Well, simply because where am I? Oh my god, it's so big. Because it doesn't have the nav mesh. So let's go ahead and add the nav mesh into this level. So this will be nav mesh bounce volume, and I'm gonna lock it and make it like, you know, 20 of big, and press P. When I press P, I can visualize it. So I'm gonna make it in a certain way. Actually, I think 10 will be better. 15, yeah, 15, where it only gets to the door on purpose. This is simply to make the boss fight not be able to go outside of this room, even though he maybe doesn't fit. Well, yeah, he fits, but you know, just in case. And then what I can do is duplicate it, so we can have multiple nav mesh, you know, in our levels. And I'm gonna simply just make sure that we have one for this level. So let's do like, there's some enemies over here and so on. So I'm gonna, where is it? I'm gonna make sure that the height is a bit smaller. I think 5 should work. There we go. And I'm gonna put it to be at the entrance. The enemies cannot exit. And then I can just play around with this. So I'm gonna get the, you know, tool over here to make it bigger. And overall, make it fill the whole area, you know what I'm saying? Something like this. And you get pretty much to the end. There we go. That's good. A bit of separation. And all these areas where the enemies can go. So what I'm going to do is go to my blueprints AI, and I'm gonna place, you know, some enemies over here. So for example, a basic enemy right over here, then another one over here, and then another one like here, you know. So when you enter the castle, you begin to have some enemies in place, right? So I could target lock and start to play around with them. And what I'm going to do is also decrease the perception of the enemy, because right now it's super big. It is at 2000. Let's make it around 1000. Okay. And then for the boss, I'm gonna leave it, yeah, also 1000. I think will be better. We can play around with that, but the roll, it looks nice. And you can see that the widget, you know, is always activated on all enemies, right? And it looks a bit bad from the distance. So what we can do is just make sure that we enable it or disable if we are on a specific distance. So what we're going to do is open up blueprints AI, and then open up the blueprint. And as you can see, we have the widget over here. So I'm gonna make it very, very straightforward. And I'm gonna add a collision over here, similar to what we did with the boss. Sphere, and this will be trigger. And now I can make this bigger. For example, you know, 500 or 300. And when the players is in this area, I simply enable this. So make sure this is overlap all dynamic. On component, begin overlap. I'm gonna check if it's the player. So if it does implement BPI interact, that means that is the player. So we can add a branch and be like, okay, widget, you will be enabled. Now I just noticed that it's a child of widget. We don't want it to be a child of widget. There we go. And then it will be set visibility and this will be true. And then I'm gonna select the trigger once again, scroll down on end overlap, copy all this, paste all this, other actor, need visibility disable, and that's it. And now by default, we need to make sure that is also disabled, right? Because now it will be the same thing. So now when I press play, you can see that I don't see health bars floating, but when I get close to him, I indeed do. Now it's maybe I need to make it a bit bigger because I go pretty much in combat out of his focus. So let's go to trigger and put around 500, something like that will work. Even bigger maybe, but this works. There we go. Cool. Right now I cannot attack because I don't have a weapon, but yeah, it's looking very, very nice, right? Also, let's get more weapons on there. So I'm gonna get a weapon over here and put it on top. So we have one kind of on the entrance, you know. It's like you enter and you're prepared with a nice weapon, you know. And then just in case, I'm gonna add another one there. Now, of course, you can make it that there's more types of weapons. I just have the dagger, but just for the tutorial example, you can have more. And also, there we're gonna add it before the entrance. You can make it that the enemies will drop it right when you kill them. It's very straightforward to do, things like that. So right now, I could go ahead and pick them up and go. Now right now they don't receive any hit damage, right? Any hit animations, we could say. So let's make that they will receive a hit, you know, effect. So let's go into blueprints, AI, open up BP enemy, and I'm gonna go into the event any damage, which should be over there. Let's go ahead and say play montage. On here we would get the main mesh, plug it here. This will be the hit react, and we will make the same thing that the player. So character movement set max walk speed to be 0, so he cannot move, and then on completed or interrupted, just in case, this will be back to default. So right now everything is different for each enemy. So right now for the enemy is 350. Okay, you know what we can do? We can do a thing which is the initial walk speed, which is gonna be a float, and the initial walk speed will be the one that goes back to default. And then we simply go ahead and copy this, and in the begin play we get the max walk speed that we want, and then go ahead and set it over here. And there you go. So now, if I get a weapon, start attacking him, so you can see he kind of stopped there, and it's actually easier to kill. So there we go. Now they're playing the Grook's animation, right? I'm literally obliterating them. I'm so good. And then we have the boss fight.
Take this, chop.
So cool, right? It's very satisfying combat, honestly. So right now we have pretty much everything. There's also maybe little sound effects that you want to add, but there's a main thing, which is that I'm playing the Grook sounds when he attacks, right, which is over here, but that might not be for the enemy. So I'm gonna make a simple promote variable, and this will be well, okay, it's actually, this is for the template. This is the play sound. Well, this is Tom's. The attack, where is it? Oh, of course, it's here and here. So in sword attack, I want to make sure that this is a variable, and this is the sword attack sound, and we play that, right? This will be the Grook's attack. But you know, maybe for the enemy it won't. So I believe that we have more sounds that we can use. So let's create another sound cue. This will be Quang attack, and this won't be by the player, but this will be for the AIs. So Quang, characters, heroes, Quang. Okay, we actually don't have sounds, but we could put something in, you know. It's up to you. In my case, I don't think I'm gonna put anything. I'm gonna leave it empty, and I'm gonna put Quang to be here, and then open up, very important, the boss blueprint. Scroll down, and in the attack sound, this will be Grook's attack, and now he has the Grook's attack, but the other, you know, enemy AIs will simply not play any sound for Grook's, which is now fixed. Now, one last thing is that Grook's takes a bit too much time through each attack, so we can open up the, you know, behavior tree, and what we can do is simply select wait and put, you know, 2 seconds instead, and 0.5 instead, things like that, right? We can play around with the timings overall. Now it's way better. I think now it's literally perfect for you to learn. You can play around with those timings, and of course you can add more and more attacks, right, in the attack sequence, and make it more dynamic. Overall, we have a really cool project already going on. Alright, so that's it, guys. If you found this tutorial helpful, I would really appreciate it if you could like the video and subscribe to my channel. Remember that you can download the complete project through Patreon. The link is in the description. I have lots of Unreal Engine 5 videos and tutorials, so check them out. Join my Discord server, follow me on my socials, and now, yes, with all that said, bye bye.